with injury lawyers. This is KTFM Floresville, San Antonio's Sports Center.
It is breaking this afternoon. The Dallas Cowboys have agreed to a deal to make Eagles passing game coordinator and defensive backs coach Christian Parker the team's next defensive coordinator. Now, Parker's just 34 years old. He spent 2 of the last seasons under Vic Fangio in Philadelphia. Now, there'll likely be another wide receiver on the market this offseason. It's not if, but when. 49ers GM John Lynch confirmed yesterday at his press conference Brandon Ayuk played his last.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Well, happy Thursday, everybody. Hope you're having a great Thursday, whatever you're doing, however you are doing it. We appreciate you stopping by, spending some time with us here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. I'm Joe Reinagel. He's Jason Minix, and the Cowboys have done it. They've got a new defensive coordinator.
Christian Parker. He was with the Eagles. Which a couple of things with the idea of hiring Christian Parker. Because for all accounts, one of the front runners was Jim Leonard. Well, last night you came to hear rumors he's probably going to end up in New York with Harbaugh. So the Cowboys either knew that, weren't going to get into a bidding war, or whatever the case is, moved quickly today, hiring a guy that blew their doors off during the interview process. And if it makes the Eagles a little bit weaker, I'm all for it.
Well, it's funny. Cooper DeJean, one of the corners for the Eagles, tweeted out that he's in love with this guy, Christian Parker, and he's helped his career tremendously. And that guy, as you know, has come out of nowhere and really developed into one of the premier cornerbacks in the National Football League. So if Christian Parker can do that with him, then certainly he can do something with this Dallas defense. Todd Archer reporting, Jason, that Jerry was concerned about a guy hiring a defensive coordinator that could fix that secondary first and foremost. And so they go after what they feel like is a pretty good secondary coach.
Well, and again, all right, cool. You went out and you hired a guy that should be able to fix a secondary. Jerry's got to get some guys in there that are fixable.
Yeah, well, that's
right.
true.
I mean, there is that. I mean, when you think about some of the foundational pieces that the Cowboys talk about having and wanting to be able to utilize, I don't think other than Deron Bland, and I don't know if Christian Parker can fix his foot, but the idea of like who in that secondary is fixable. Now, I say that kind of half tongue in cheek. There were some young players last year that coming off of injury, all of that stuff is there. But to your point, Cooper DeJean is a prime example. And just look at that Eagles defense. It is kind of interesting when you think about an offensive-driven league. Who's still playing? Teams with great defenses.
This is true.
What do we say about the Texans? Man, if they got any kind of offense, they would still be playing. Same thing about the Eagles. If the Eagles had above average play offensively, or even average play, hell, the Eagles defense wasn't the problem this year. It was Jalen Hurts in the offense.
That's exactly right. I like this. The guy's only 34 years old. He's a young and upcoming coaching star by all accounts anyway, and he's going to get a great opportunity now in Dallas to fix that defense. And if he does that, it probably won't be long until he's a head coach somewhere. And so he's got a great opportunity to come in, work with Brian Schottenheimer, and fix this defense and try and get them back on track. Because, I mean, let's face it, you can do anything with that defense at all, improve it any at all, and if that offense continues to play the way they played last year, the Cowboys will be back in the mix.
Well, and again, first time since 2014 that the Cowboys will have a defensive coordinator that does not have any previous NFL head coaching experience. Here is a guy that wasn't the DC, but in Philly, but a ton of credit for what he was able to do with those guys. So, I'm excited just because I don't have any reason not to like the guy other than I hated the color shirt that he wore last year. Well, this year I don't care about his laundry. It's going to have the same star on it that is going to be on my shirt. You know what I mean?
Sure, absolutely.
And you respect what that unit has done. Who's responsible for it? If you're going to tell me now Christian Parker is getting a lot of credit for what they've done with Vic Fangio as the coordinator, cool, I'm good with that. It's not like, all right, well, this guy comes in and, boy, I saw what he did with the Chicago Bears. That's going to suck.
Well, look, I just think that I think the Cowboys, we knew they were going to go this way. You figured that. They were interviewing a bunch of young guys, non-head coaching guys other than Gannon. Was really the only one that they interviewed that had head coaching experience. But I like the change of heart by one Jerry Jones. And it just shows that I think it shows the fact that, look, I got to try something different. What I've been doing has not been working when it comes to defensive coordinator, whether it's Zimmer or Eberflus or even Dan Quinn to some respect, although Quinn was pretty successful while he was there in Dallas. I like what Jerry's doing here and allowing Brian Schottenheimer to have some say in his own coaching staff. And hopefully it works out. You know, new ideas. That's what he's going to bring. He's going to bring some energy, and he certainly is going to be more relatable to the players.
Well, when you look at it, and then some early interesting comments on our YouTube page, and you guys can also chime in there on YouTube. Just go to YouTube, search out San Antonio Sports Star. Sam says he's cheap, just like Jerry wants his coaches. I don't necessarily know that's true. Here's a guy that was in demand and on the upward trajectory. No, cheap, relative. I don't know what he was making in Philly, and if you go from whatever he was to coordinator, he's getting a bump, but I don't know that I would say that he's overly cheap. And I will be interested to see if the numbers are released, how many years that contract is. On the flip side, 31 Eagle fan says, great move for the Cowboys, sucks for the Eagles. Guy coached up those young corners in Philly. He's really well regarded.
Well, when their best cornerback comes out and says, man, the Cowboys are getting a great guy, he did more for my career than I could ever repay him. I mean, that would tell you everything you need to know. I mean, Cooper DeJean is a star now in the NFL and just is probably even going to get better. So I trust a guy like Cooper DeJean who worked with this guy every day. And if he says that, I like the hire. I think it's good. And again, while, you know, RJ and we were having this discussion, I'm glad the Cowboys pulled the trigger and did it soon. You spot your guy, go get him. There are a lot of defensive coordinators that are about to be hired across the NFL. You like this guy, go get him, and then have it done with. Get to work.
Here's the thing. I don't know if he was the number one option or the number 3 option. They interviewed 9 guys. I'm going to guess he wasn't number 9. But last night, when it started looking like Leonard could end up in New York, the Cowboys either said, all right, maybe Jim isn't our guy, or maybe Jim said, you know, Jerry, I'm not moving to Dallas. I'm going with Harbaugh to New York. Whatever the case is, as soon as it felt like, and that's, you know, when we started talking about the show today before news broke that they were finalizing terms, then agreed to terms and all that kind of stuff, it was, do you go after a bidding war or what is the next step? Because it feels like Leonard is off the table at this point, whether that's his decision or the Cowboys. They move quickly. And so I don't know if he was the number one guy. Jerry will tell you that at the press conference. But, you know, I it's not lost on me and shouldn't be on you that, you know, last night you're hearing Leonard is going to end up with the New York Giants. Today the Cowboys have hired a guy. As soon as you realize Leonard isn't available, you pulled the trigger on somebody else. Cool. I like that they did that. So maybe they were hoping it would be Leonard. At this point, it doesn't matter. They've hired a guy that was in the mix for a while, one of those guys with an up-and-coming strong reputation that seems to check all the boxes of what the Cowboys are looking for. Flexibility, new ideas, players love them, results. And look at the results of the defenses he has been a part of. Now he's got the coordinator job in Dallas.
And he's got a lot of work ahead of him.
Yeah, he does.
To improve that defense. But that will start with the draft. He's in there now. He can start working on that. They can start taking a look at who's going to be available, who they think is going to be available, and who they want. And so that's why I'm glad this is done. They didn't drag it out. They found a guy, regardless of where his first, second, third, or 10th. I don't care. They got their guy. And everybody seems happy about it. The reviews coming out of Philadelphia are good. And so I think the Cowboys did the right thing. You get your guy, now you can just watch everybody else have to deal with hiring people.
And if it makes a division rival a little bit weaker, I've got no problem with that either. That's a plus. I think it's interesting. Command Skin fan Franklin says, interesting strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works. See, that's when you know the Cowboys hit a home run, when somebody that is a Washington fan is going to start to poo-poo it right away because he's going, oh, crap, that sucks.
That's good.
Yeah, it's
Happy
really
to hear
good.
it. I think it's fantastic.
Happy Thursday,
Cowboys
Franklin.
Commanders still need a defensive coordinator, don't they?
Well, I mean, they need a lot of things.
They need an offensive coordinator still, I think.
No, they hired somebody? They promoted the quarterback coach.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
That's how much attention I pay to the Command Skins.
Well, it's more than you deserve. They deserve.
Pretty much. I'm glad we got that over. It is breaking this afternoon. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot about the Dallas Cowboys' new defensive coordinator and learn about him as we go along, just like you guys will be learning as well. What about Dak Prescott? You know, we talked a little bit about him yesterday, Jason, and his window. Is it closing, or is the guy getting better? Are his best years ahead of him? Interesting question, because who knows? And will he sign another deal with the Cowboys? He's in the mix for an award, an off-season award, maybe two. Dak Prescott. Tell me it's not real. We'll talk about it. We continue here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
You know, nobody ever plans on getting arrested, but it does happen to a lot of people every day for all kinds of reasons. If you get arrested, you want to get out of jail fast, you know the best way to do that is by calling my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text the word bail to 474747, or you can start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail. You don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you truly understand what all those conditions are before accepting it. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They offer payment plans, have a free shuttle service. They are discreet and confidential and open 24/7 with offices all over San Antonio and Texas, services nationwide. If you're up in Dallas, down in Corpus, anywhere in between, license number 149, call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121, or go online at mybestbailbonds.com.
Hey, the big game is almost here, but every game is big when you play Prize Picks because it's so fun to be right. And when the big game comes around, I'm talking 2,000 times your money. But you got to remember something. That's the code Alamo. With $5, you can get $50 in free play when you go download the Prize Picks app. But when the big game hits, the specials are here, and we've got them. And I love Prize Picks because if my guy is winning, I can cash out early. That's one of the best things about Prize Picks is they take care of you from beginning to end. Prize Picks offers 2,000 times your cash. I've heard all different numbers, not 2,000 from other places. So when it comes down to the big game, and it could be that big game or any big game, Prize Picks makes it a big game. Download the app, use the code Alamo, and use some big free money to play the big game. Prize Picks, let me tell you how good it feels, because it feels so good to be right.
Well, family, this new year is off to a great start. Everybody, how are those New Year's resolutions?
Dear, my resolution is to cut my damaged hair and just start over.
Dad, my resolution is to take better care of my skin. It's so dry. Ew.
Pops, my New Year's resolution is to work out at the gym. Go up and drink a gallon of bottled water every day.
My resolution is to take up skydiving.
Mom, you're 96.
Don't you make me get it.
Family, my resolution is to replace all our appliances that have been destroyed over the years by hard water.
Sounds like your family needs to start the new year off with installing a Connecticut water system and get a head start on all those resolutions.
This guy's making sense.
There's a reason why we say Connecticut is the last water softener you'll ever own. Call us at 656-PURE. We'll change your water, and it'll change your life.
The last water softener you'll ever own. ConnecticutSA.com.
License number 38961.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Flu season has arrived, and according to the CDC, doctors' visits due to flu symptoms are the highest in 30 years. You can trust Exergen's new TAT 2000C Plus to give you accurate and reliable temperature readings for the whole family with just a gentle forehead scan. The Exergen thermometer technology has been proven accurate by more than 100 published clinical studies. And right now, the new Exergen TAT 2000C Plus is available on Amazon for less than $20. That's Exergen, EXERGEN, on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com for Exergen today.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe on 1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
We're here in the studio today, but next Tuesday we won't be. We're going to be at McIntyre's North Star. 2 to 6, presented by Flight by Yingling. You need to come watch the Dallas Stars as they take on the St. Louis Blues. They'll drop the puck. I got this minutes.
Yeah.
At 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
The Blitz is going to be broadcasting live from 2 to 6. And, well, you know that Flight by Yingling's going to have some great prizes to give away, including Dallas Stars merchandise. That's Tuesday, coming up Tuesday, 2 to 6 at McIntyre's, the North Star location from 2 to 6 for the Dallas Stars Flyaway, presented by Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer.
You think about, we're going to have Flight-branded Dallas Stars jersey, which are awesome. You know, the little jersey patch at the top says Flight by Yingling. Hats, T-shirts, jerseys, and again, register to win that Flyaway. You know, football season is almost behind us.
Wow.
It's hockey and hoops from now on. And look, it's when I really get into hockey. Dallas Stars, been a little bit of a January slump, but, you know, they're breaking out of it. Second in the West right now.
It's a long season.
Well, stretch run for the cup.
Kind of like the Spurs in the NBA, man. It's the dog days.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. The idea of, you know, as we get ready for the conference championship games this weekend, the NFL awards, the finalists were announced today. Dak Prescott not an MVP candidate. Some debate whether he should be or not. Your MVP candidates, we're going to have a poll up on YouTube so you guys can decide who is the MVP. Stafford, May, Josh Allen, Christian McCaffrey, and Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence. I'm not sure how Trevor got on there, but he did play well this season, and I think, good for him. But I think ultimately it's going to come down to the two. It's going to come down to Matt Stafford and May. And so I don't see the other guys having a chance. Although, you know, you could make a call for McCaffrey, I suppose, because without him, I don't know that San Francisco makes it as far as they did.
Well, that's true. Although I think Stafford ends up winning MVP, Offensive Player of the Year. Christian McCaffrey's in on that. Him, Puka, Bijan, JSN, and Drake May. So I could see CMC winning that. But CMC is also nominated in Comeback Player of the Year, along with Dak Prescott, Stephon Diggs, Trevor Lawrence, and Aiden Hutchinson. That is the award I think Dak Prescott wins, is Comeback Player of the Year, with the numbers that he put up. Now, not on a playoff team. I wonder how much that hurts him. But when you look at all the numbers, Dak Prescott on a losing team, not in the MVP conversation, but certainly should be in and probably wins Comeback Player of the Year.
See, I don't know. I think the competition is going to be a little stiff. If Christian McCaffrey doesn't win MVP, which I don't think he will, I think he wins Comeback Player of the Year. I just do, after the injuries that he had and what he meant to that San Francisco team, and coming back and having the season that he had. Not taking anything away from Dak Prescott, but I think that's Christian McCaffrey's award to win if he doesn't win MVP, and I don't think he will.
The reason I think it will end up being Dak and not Christian is because the voters can't make him MVP. He's not a quarterback. But he'll split votes between the other awards that he's mentioned in. I don't know that somebody's going to vote for him to win all of them, and I think that could hurt him in the overall voting. I don't know. We'll see.
February 5th is when those awards are announced.
Yeah, that Thursday night is Super Bowl week.
Yeah.
Now on our YouTube poll, we can only create 4 for who will win MVP. So we left Trevor off because there's no chance that guy's going to win. So on ours, it's May Stafford, Josh Allen, or Christian McCaffrey. And look, it's been up 1 minute. There are 10 votes, and all 10 are for Matt Stafford.
Yeah. And I think he's going to win it, and I think rightfully so. Look, the guy's been fantastic this year. He's 38 years old. He's led that Rams team and certainly been their most valuable player. That's for sure. Drake May, he's going to have a lot of chances, I think, at that thing. And Josh Allen won it last year, so I don't think anybody's going to vote for him to do that, just simply because he didn't have the kind of year this year that he had last year, although it was still pretty good. And then there's Christian McCaffrey, and I'm with you. I don't think he wins it because it's a quarterback award.
And Drake May, the knock on the Patriots this year is their schedule. And when do the voters actually vote? Have they voted? Because
it is a regular season award.
Yeah.
The playoffs don't matter.
No, but he hasn't had good playoffs, even though he's still playing.
No, he hasn't. You can say the same for Stafford.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. And, of course, Dak Prescott has had no playoff experience this year because they didn't make the playoffs because their defense sucked. They took the first step today, the Cowboys did, of rectifying said defense. And interesting, and they should be celebrated for this hire because they didn't come out with a retread. They went with one of the young, upcoming assistant coaches, the guy that's on track to become a head coach one day, Christian Parker from the Philadelphia Eagles. And Pledge went and found some different comments that Christian Parker has made through the years because, again, position coaches don't get a lot of microphone time. And so you get an idea of him from when he was in Philadelphia. He was asked on the type of player he is looking for.
I would say the body types are less important, more about the execution of what we're asking them to do. So each day gets graded from your zone eyes, your coverage, your man discipline, your communication, meeting room, how we're handling that. All those things kind of go into one bucket in terms of how it's a daily evaluation. So we usually try to give them something that we know get better at or we didn't take a step forward at each day, try to progress on that. But I wouldn't say like we're really leaning into something that we want the prototype for that position to be. It's more sort of performance on the field.
Yeah, you got to like that. And I like what he's saying. It's a day-to-day evaluation. We know how it works in the NFL. The stars are going to play regardless of how, even if they sucked one day in practice. But I like that. And he's going to look at that, and the best players play. And it's a good soundbite.
No, except for I can't be the only Cowboy fan that heard that and went, crap. Because body type is a reason that the Cowboys did not draft a T.J. Watt and went with the Taco Charlton. Remember that? Was it Rod Marinelli? I don't want to throw the wrong guy under the bus, but didn't like the body type. And that T.J. Watt guy's turned out to be pretty damn good. And Taco Charlton is working at Taco No Bueno. So, I mean, when you look at it, but again, the flexibility in what he seems to do. From his time in Denver, Christian Parker talked about his coaching style.
Number one, it's important to definitely engage with the players, letting them know that, number one, that you care. And once they figure out that you care and you're invested in them and their overall development, then the schematics and the technique and everything else take care of itself. But I think that it's very important to engage with those guys, be very thorough and detailed, and not really leave anything to chance, so they know exactly when they go on the field, they have a very distinct plan. They understand what we're expecting from them, and they know what the expectation is from each other, and moving forward in that direction.
You know what's going to be different this time around, though, Jason, with Parker, is the fact that he didn't have a choice of who was drafted.
Yeah.
No choice. He just had to work with whatever hand he was dealt.
Yep.
This time around, he's going to get a say-so. I'm assuming he's going to get a say-so, and it sounds to me like this is clearly a Shoddy hire, and Shoddy's going to value his opinion on defensive talent. And so I think he'll have some say-so, and whether that's body type or the athletic ability of that person, or even the smarts of the particular person that they want to draft. So it's going to be a different ballgame for Christian Parker all the way around.
Well, and again, in also calling defenses and play calling is an art. So much to learn, and I think just the excitement level for Cowboy fans. And tell me, guys, if the pulse correct here, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. It's the Cowboys doing business in a different way, which is something that it feels like every Cowboy fan has screamed for. They interviewed a ton of people, 9 for this job, and they weren't all a bunch of retreads, guys that have skins on the wall, former head coaches. You come in and you're already mad at them because they weren't successful in their last job, which is why they were available. Now, granted, you look at a Dan Quinn, he had just got fired from Atlanta. You weren't really sure. He was good until he wasn't. Then he was going to be the fall guy, and then went and became the head coach at Washington. Eberflus, nobody wanted him to leave the building when he did, had success in Indy, sucked as the head coach of the Bears, and he sucked as the DC at Dallas. Zimmer is Zimmer, right? It just feels like the Cowboys are doing something different. The fact that they went and hired a guy that isn't a household name, but was one of those well-thought-of guys in NFL coaching circles, as that's one that a lot of people had identified as one that will be a head coach in the not-too-distant future. And that is who the Cowboys went and hired. So there is some excitement there because you don't know anything about this guy, except for everybody that does this for a living seems to like that guy. This has to be a good hire.
Well, and again, it's a Shoddy hire, and that's the big difference for me.
Yeah.
It wasn't Jerry saying, we're going to go after this guy, and you're just going to have to deal with it, which I think is what happened with Eberflus. We know what happened with Mike Zimmer, but that was a complete – I think Jerry just wanted to tank that season anyway, just because he was so pissed off about the Green Bay loss. However, having said that, the fact that Shoddy was involved the way that he was, Shoddy likes this guy. I don't know if he's ever worked with him, but Brian Schottenheimer's plugged in with a lot of different teams and a lot of different coaches. And I think he probably was on the phone quite a bit talking about a number of these candidates that they had with people that he trusts from other organizations. And I think he got a good review of Christian Parker, and that's why Christian Parker is here. And again, I'm thrilled for the Cowboys, the fact that they got this over with before Christian Parker, who might have been somewhere else.
Yep.
Or Jim Leonard goes somewhere else, or this guy or that guy goes somewhere else, and the Cowboys are scraping the bottom of the barrel. I think it's important to get this done and to get it done quickly with the guy that you wanted. They pinpointed Parker. If he was second on the list, so be it. But they pinpointed him. They went out and they got him, and he's done, and he's in-house.
And obviously impressive in the meeting room. And when you think about how a lot of these interviews work, it's not like the interviews that we would have. They start drawing stuff on the grease board and breaking down film, and they're talking a different language. I know you get in there with some of these football guys, and when Dat Wynn worked here, I saw this so much. It was so eye-opening. football player walks in the studio, we had a grease board in there, and that would start drawing up plays up there just to see where that guy's football IQ was. You look at that Gruden quarterback school camp, that kind of stuff. Every football guy that I know does that. And I would imagine in these meetings, it's probably a little bit like a normal job interview, but then you start into the weeds in football and what you know and who you know and what would you do in this situation. And I don't know if he had to practice, calling plays. What would you do here? But he must have been impressive. And you kind of go back to what the Cowboys did in hiring Brian Schottenheimer. Think about that interview process. The first time he was meeting with the Joneses, and Steven told us this on the Blitz. They didn't tell Schottenheimer he was interviewing for the head coaching job.
Right.
They were just, the end of season meeting. What are you thinking? Then they had another one, and that's when Schotty was like, uh-oh, this is a little bit more. And then he showed up in a suit.
Yeah.
All right, remember that? Because, you just start getting in there and you're talking ball, and what would you do differently? How would you handle these kind of situations? And, the reporters in Dallas have all talked about how well some of these guys have interviewed, and clearly Christian Parker is one of those, or he wouldn't have the job.
Apparently, he had a second interview yesterday in Dallas, according to the reporters there, and simply blew everybody away. And that's when the Cowboys decided to pull the trigger on this thing and get it done. So good for him. He's obviously got some good ideas. He's a man with a plan coming in here to Dallas. He's not just somebody that's not qualified, and it's going to be interesting to see how it turns out and how much time is he going to need. And I think a big part of what he's looking for, we're going to see come the NFL draft.
Yep.
What type of players is he going to draft, or the Cowboys going to draft? Because obviously they're going to have Christian Parker's ideal athlete in mind, or a guy that fits that bill. And so we'll see where his mind is thinking right off the bat.
Now, there's always going to be some of these. And Fred, I wish you had called the show so we could talk this out a little bit besides what you wrote there on our YouTube page. But Fred Caceres says he's not the right coach. He won't be successful. He's unproven.
Uh-huh. Well, so was Ben Johnson, and he's done pretty well. Leon Cohen was unproven as well. He's done pretty well, I would say.
And again, I mean, there are going to be there is that. I mean, this guy as a coordinator might fall flat on his face.
He might.
He might. That you're right. He's unproven as a coordinator, very proven in the other aspects of his job. But he's also very young. 34 years old? So when you look at that, you go, all right. But, man, that's kind of what excites me. This feels so different than the norm for the Dallas Cowboys.
Dude, McVay with the Rams is only 37, and he's a head coach and have already won a Super Bowl. I don't think age has anything to do with it. You don't have to go out and hire somebody that's ancient to be a good head coach. I think a young, energetic guy that can relate with these players is exactly what the NFL is into right now. And I believe, look, and again, you're absolutely right, Jason. This guy might fall flat on his face. It is possible. It's also possible that he turns this thing around and becomes somebody's head coach in 2 or 3 years. So you just don't know.
And that's, you just
don't know.
We need that on a T-shirt. But when you look at, and you're right, that's the exciting part of this whole deal. It's different. I don't already hate him because I don't know him. But I'm excited for what everybody has said about him. And the fact that it's not like, unlike Brian Schottenheimer, where he only had one interview. Right? Nobody else was talking to Brian Schottenheimer to be their head coach. Nobody. In this case, several teams were talking about this guy as becoming their defensive coordinator. And he chose Dallas. And how much the draft and how much input will he have in the general manager of the Cowboys? How many toys is he going to give them come draft time or during free agency?
Well,
that's what I'm curious about.
I hope 2 in the first round.
Yes.
For sure. Nacho Gringo's got the point of the day. The defense can't get any worse.
Well, it could.
Well, I don't think so.
It could. It wasn't 32. I mean, there are goals.
Well, the Jets are always around, so that's fine. The Cowboys will never fall that far, I don't think. Again, I agree with him. The defense was awful and terrible. If he just improves that thing by half, the Cowboys have a pretty good shot to be back in the mix before it's all said and done. That's for sure. As we mentioned briefly, that the candidates for all the offseason awards have come out, including MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, Coach of the Year. All of those lists have come out. And we've got some news and notes around the NFL that we want to talk about, and we'll do that when we return here on The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
You know, the cold weather is going to be here this weekend, and the rodeo is right around the corner. You need your logo on cold weather gear, winter gear. Get into Sammy's Embroidery and Printing down on San Pedro. Sam can put your logo on a jacket, a coat, quarter zip, hoodie, beanie, gloves, you name it. That entire winter line is on display right now over at Sammy's Embroidery and Printing, especially when it comes to uniforms. He has over 700 uniform lines to choose from. Construction guys working outside in the cold, you still need that logo visible. Sam can get you taken care of. Restaurants, schools, leagues, all kinds of industries for uniforms. You need T-shirts, screen printed, long sleeve, short sleeve, sweatshirts, go see Sam. You need caps done. Sam has over 25,000 caps and more than 75 color combinations on display in his showroom. And he's got all the popular cap brands like the Richardson 112 style trucker caps, Katie caps, Nike Cap America, to name a few. He's got all the big name brands for the other gear as well, including now a full line of Tommy Bahama. Nobody has better prices. Sam is the only company in Texas with one-day turnaround. No order too big, no order too small. Call 210-824-3900, 824-3900, or go by that massive showroom on San Pedro, 1 mile inside Loop 410, right there across from McDonald's, or check the website, samsembroidery.com, for Sammy's Embroidery Club.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Sean, 93 Toyota 4Runner, 130,000 miles, new engines and transmission. What'd you spend on the engine and training?
$6,500.
Yeah. So at some point, you need to throw the towel in and let her go on to the graveyard. When you blew the tranny, I mean, I didn't mean it like that, like your transmission failed. I didn't mean like you blew a tranny.
I got the tranny.
I'm trying to say it right. Transmission.
The John Clay Wolf Show.
Listen to the John Clay Wolf Show, Saturday morning at 8 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Let me ask you a question. Is your roof ready for anything? Well, Stevens Roofing, a locally owned company, has been serving our community for decades. Whether it's a commercial project or residential, or repairing your old roof, or maybe installing a new one, they've got you covered. And now Stevens offers solar. Stevens Solar Solutions can save you money and energy. Stevens Roofing, quality craftsmanship, solar solutions, and local expertise under one roof. Call 210-785-0994 or go to stevensroofing.net.
Flight by Yingling. It's the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass. Raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Buyers Barricades is proud to provide traffic control, rental, and sales for work zones and events in the San Antonio area and beyond. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more online at buyersbarricades.com. That's buyersbarricades.com.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
You know the Roo Pub has proven to be the best place to watch games with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. All the games, all the fights, and when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Open daily at 11. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and the best place to watch a game. Just down from the big blind, right next to the Angry Elephant. The Roo Pub, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
Back here on the Blitz on a Thursday afternoon. Oh, I hope everybody got all their toilet paper they needed. It's going to get cold this weekend.
Yeah,
the ice age is upon us.
Well, for a day.
Go get your toilet paper.
Toilet paper. That blue is interesting.
That really is.
Our clock is doing very interesting things in here. I know you guys can't see it, but there's a huge clock. It was red. It was about 9 hours off.
It was.
And now it's got flashing dashes, and it went from red to blue.
I kind of like the blue.
Yeah, the blue doesn't look bad.
Blue's okay.
It matches my shirt.
Look at that. It is now 2:40 and 35 seconds.
All right, I like that. Cool.
Very nice. Very nice.
Whoever's messing with the clock, that's good. Stop right there.
Yeah, it's done. Very nice.
Seems to be accurate.
Uh-huh. Well, we'll find out, I guess, huh? I don't know. Did you get your toilet paper last night?
Yeah, that looks good, man.
Yeah?
That looks good. You did. Good job, Halen.
Halen, our engineer, fixing the clock. Remotely, by the way. He goes in his office to fix it.
Yeah, and it's been out since Tuesday. But our AC is working. That had nothing to do with him.
Oh, that was out about 10 days, so, you know.
Yeah.
Everybody's slow around here, and that's fine.
You should see the guys laying the carpet in this building.
Oh, my gosh. Dude, all the salespeople have had to move into the lounge.
Uh-huh.
It looks like a flea market in there.
Yeah.
It's the first time I've walked in there since they started laying the new carpet, and, it's quite the mess in there.
And we're getting this new carpet in the building.
Uh-huh.
And they're squares getting glued to the floor. So the guys that are doing it, and incredible work that I would not want to do.
No.
But, I've never seen carpet laid in squares. Normally they come in and they got the roll and they cut and they get, and this is each square. It's almost like laying tile.
That really is.
And the smell of the glue is just god-awful. But, yeah, that's I don't know if those guys get paid by the square or the hour, but they are taking their time.
Yes, they are taking their time.
Meticulous work.
What's going to be interesting to see when they get done with the sales area there, they're going to come into our area.
Yeah.
I don't know when that's going to happen, but you talk about a clown show. Holy cow.
Why? Just because we got to clean out our office?
Well, clean out the office. You got to move the desks out of there. I think I'm going to be sick that day.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I feel the flu coming on.
Oh, do you? Mm-hmm. Well, I just want to know, is it up to us to clean out the office?
Probably.
Or do they just come in and move stuff? Because when I see how they've just piled everything into the lounge, it is such a cluster and such a mess. Good luck, people, getting their stuff back.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Right.
It's pretty comical.
Behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. So the finalists for all the NFL awards were announced today. Dak Prescott, not an MVP candidate. Resident Dak hater, Josh Jimenez, misquoting me from something I said earlier today on the YouTube. I can't even find it anymore. Dak Prescott should not be an MVP this year. I never said that. Did he have MVP-type numbers? Yes, he did. But he should not be an MVP candidate. His team didn't even make the playoffs. A couple of years ago, he finished second in the MVP voting, and his numbers were there. ESPN has an article today about the top 100 real NFL MVP candidates. ESPN has Drake May at number 1, Dak Prescott at number 2.
Yeah.
Matt Stafford at number 3.
Which is interesting. And look, and they preface that by saying that most likely it will never happen with a guy, no matter what his stats are on a team that didn't even make the playoffs. And that's a big deal. It is, and people are biased that way, whether they should be or not. I don't like the Drake May argument that New England didn't play anybody. They played who was put in front of them. They didn't have a choice. They played who was put in front of them. And it was the same argument, and I almost have to apologize to Aggie fan in a way because I said the same thing. The Aggies didn't play anybody. But you know what? They played who was in front of them, and they played well. So my apology, Aggie fans.
Wow.
How about that? I'm feeling good today.
Well, you said the flu was coming on, huh?
I know.
There's clearly something's not right with
it's
you.
It's something else. I'll piss off Aggie fans with something else. But again, it's hard to make that argument. And I know some teams' schedules are harder than others. It's always going to be that way. New England will have a harder schedule next year. I mean, that's obvious. But Drake May, to me, is putting up numbers and doing things, and without him on that team, they're not in the position they are. But you say the same thing about Matt Stafford.
Well, right now on our YouTube poll, go to YouTube and search out San Antonio Sports Star. Now, we can only have 4 in our poll. That's the max that YouTube allows. Even though there are 5 candidates, we didn't include Trevor Lawrence. Matthew Stafford has 75% of the San Antonio Sports Star listener vote. Drake May at second at 19%. Both Josh Allen and Christian McCaffrey have 3%. And it just feels like it's going to be Matt Stafford, right?
I think it will be too. And I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. Stafford has played well this year. And Drake May, I think, he is up and coming. I think his best years are ahead of him, and the best years of the New England Patriots are ahead of him.
Here we go, seeing New England and
I know
the Super Bowl every year. Offensive Player of the Year, Puka Nacua, Bijan Robinson, Christian McCaffrey, Jackson Smith and Jigba, or Drake May?
It won't be May because I don't think it will be because I think he's going to come in second. I could make a case for Bijan Robinson, to be honest with you, but then you look at again, Atlanta didn't make the playoffs. I think Christian McCaffrey either wins that or Comeback Player of the Year or both.
See, I think he wins. I think CMC wins Offensive Player of the Year. Generally, MVP is going to a quarterback. Offensive Player of the Year, generally not a quarterback. Comeback Player of the Year, McCaffrey's there, so is Dak Prescott, Stephon Diggs, Trevor Lawrence, and Aiden Hutchinson. I just think that's Dak Prescott's award to win.
We'll see. It very well could be. Aiden Hutchinson back this year, but I don't really know what his numbers were. They weren't eye-popping numbers for Detroit, although he makes a hell of a difference on that team. Trevor Lawrence, okay. Isn't that horrible?
Yeah.
We just can't give that dude the respect. I mean, he has one good year. He's got to put a few together, I think, before we're going to start taking him seriously. But you make a case for Dak Prescott. I don't see why not.
Defensive Player of the Year, Micah Parsons.
Please, dude. Are you kidding me?
Myles Garrett, Will Anderson Jr., Aiden Hutchinson, and Nick Benito.
Myles Garrett.
It's Myles Garrett.
It's got to be Myles Garrett.
I mean, granted, he's the one guy to go, well, dude, not on the playoff team. You play for the Browns, but
it's close, though. I would certainly I'd think for a minute about Will Anderson Jr. I mean, in all sincerity, the guy had a hell of a year. It's just that Myles Garrett set the record this year, and I think it's his award.
I agree, although if anybody were to win it besides Myles Garrett, I would say Will Anderson Jr. Just the attention and love that Texans defense got all year long, and at some point winning one of those postseason awards, that would be it. I just don't see it this year. Coach of the Year is quite the interesting debate. Ben Johnson, Liam Cohen, Mike McDonald, Kyle Shanahan, Mike Vrabel.
All worthy candidates. I mean, I could make a case for all of those guys. Ben Johnson turned the Bears around, got them in the playoffs. Liam Cohen, what he did in Jacksonville, I mean, is fantastic. You look at Mike Vrabel turning the Patriots around the way that he did. McDonald doing a great job in Seattle, and then Shanahan. I mean, they were gluing and rubber banding teams and players at San Francisco and doing a hell of a job there. I think Vrabel wins it. It's my gut tells me that Vrabel will win this thing.
My gut's thinking either Ben Johnson or Liam Cohen, because both had such remarkable, unexpected turnarounds. Not that Mike Vrabel didn't, but both first-time head coaches. And what Ben Johnson was able to do with Caleb Williams this year, and then you could say the same for Liam Cohen, and then Mike McDonald, and granted regular season award, but you look at Seattle, they were the 1 seed, and I got to go back and look, where were they projected? I think they were projected 3rd in the NFC West behind the Rams and the 49ers in the preseason. But I think Liam Cohen's such a surprise, and he had that awkward Duval initial press conference, and everybody was like, what the?
Yeah.
But to me, Ben Johnson, just for him to live up to the expectations of what he could do wherever he became a head coach is pretty incredible.
Look, dude, couldn't you make a case for all 5 of those guys, though?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, in all honesty, you could.
Yeah.
You really could. So that's going to be an interesting category to see. Ben Johnson, I wouldn't be surprised and certainly wouldn't be upset if he gets it done. Assistant Coach of the Year, that's interesting category, is it not?
Always is Brian Flores, Clint Kubiak, Vic Fangio, Josh McDaniels, Vance Joseph.
Again, I can make a case for McDaniels. He did a pretty good job with that New England offense. Vance Joseph did a good job. I don't know. The problem, I think, with that category, I mean, unless you follow those guys pretty closely, it's hard for me to have a gut feeling on any of them.
Well, and again, Brian Flores, everybody knows him. Clint Kubiak's the offensive coordinator in Seattle. Number 1 team, number 1 seed, Sam Darnold. I think what hurts Vrabel, what hurts McDaniels is going to be the knock on New England all year long is who have they played.
Which is a shame.
It is. I think it's either Kubiak or Brian Flores, and quite honestly, Brian Flores. Just what that Vikings defense was able to do this year.
Interesting with Brian Flores, the Vikings have signed him to an extension.
Yep.
If he doesn't get a head coaching job.
That's odd, isn't it?
So it seems odd. I don't recall that happening before. So they're just covering their bets. If he gets a head coaching job, fine, they'll wish him well. If he doesn't, then they don't want somebody else snagging him.
Which I find fascinating. And maybe it's the jobs that they talked to him that he wanted, he doesn't think he's going to get for one reason or another. Because if you're Brian Flores and you think you're about to get one of these jobs, are you signing a deal with Minnesota? And if you're Minnesota, you might have this done. A week later, he might be out the door to be a head coach.
This is true.
So they must have his replacement in mind, maybe even on staff.
Could be.
That they don't feel like they're missing out on all the other potential defensive coordinator candidates out there.
It's interesting. It really is. I know the Ravens are still interested in him. Nobody wants to go to Cleveland anymore. Have you seen this? I mean, everybody is canceling their meetings with the Cleveland Browns. I mean, somebody's got to take that job, don't they?
If worse comes to worse, I'll go there for $6 million a year. Last 3 years.
Can't do any worse.
You get fired.
Yeah.
You get paid 2 years not to work.
I think, yeah.
I mean, if they need somebody, it's cold out there. Can you be the head coach from the box?
Man, and just nasty. I don't think
for $5 million I could do it.
I've never been anywhere else in Ohio.
Heated everything.
Ohio, the only place I've ever been is Cleveland.
Yeah.
So I hear it's a beautiful state otherwise, but Cleveland, oh my, it's not exactly the place I would have on my list to go live.
For $5 million a year?
Well, for $5 million a year, I could find a spot, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Can you be a head coach from the box?
Can you work remotely from home? Yeah, just put me on Zoom.
Could I be their radio play-by-play guy and head coach?
Exactly right.
That'd be a fascinating broadcast.
Exactly right. One other category before we go away, this offensive rookie of the year. Defensive rookie of the year, there's some Abdul Carter probably, I don't know. But Ted McMillan, and when I say and see what he's done this year, I have flashbacks because that is who the Cowboys wanted to draft.
Yep.
And Jacksonville snuck right before
Carolina.
them. Carolina, I'm sorry. Carolina snuck right in there right before them and picked him. And so that's always one guy, and especially when you look at how he played this year, and he was very good.
He was, but so was the Saints quarterback towards the end of the year.
Tyler Shuck.
He was good.
He was good.
The Tampa Bay receiver, Jackson Dart, is on the list. He's probably the most popular.
Yeah.
But he was hurt so much this year.
I think McMillan wins that
fired.
thing. Ted McMillan wins that thing, I think.
Defensive Rookie of the Year, Abdul Carter.
I would think so. He had a hell of a year.
He did.
Yeah, he did. All right, well, here's a question for you, Minix. When you're not playing football, if you're an NFL player, I wonder what you spend your time doing. Why don't one guy spends his time making babies?
Stop.
That's what he does. We're talking about that.
He always finishes.
And he sure does, and he's always open. When we continue here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
From the San Antonio Sports Star Studios, sponsored by George Salinas Injury Lawyers. This is KTFM Floresville.
George gets justice. After an accident, a lot of people think they can't afford a lawyer. They're already stressed, hurting, or maybe out of work, and the last thing they need is a big retainer fee to get help. But here's the truth. At George Salinas Injury Lawyers, you only pay if they win. Real help is within reach. Right now, call 210-225-0909 or visit getgeorge.com. George gets justice. GetGeorge.com. Principal Office, San Antonio.
The football playoffs are here, and you know Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action. Jason Minix here from the Blitz. Look, as a Cowboy fan, I've got to find these games more exciting and entertaining, and I can do that with Underdog. Make your picks and win money right now in Texas, and it's easy. You take your favorite player stats and decide higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, rushing yards, that sort of thing. Get your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today. Use promo code STAR to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code STAR at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Quarry area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing, Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at TSAOG.com.
Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Trust and Will.
My dad and I were always close, but some things we just didn't talk about, like his will. After he was gone, we found out he didn't have one, and it created a lot of stress during a time of grief.
Creating a will can be hard to think about, but avoiding it can lead to greater difficulty for the people you love. That's why Trust and Will makes estate planning simple. Create a will online in as little as 30 minutes.
Now, I have a will in place to make sure my loved ones are protected. With Trust and Will, it was easy and affordable, and I got peace of mind knowing my wishes are clear.
Trust and Will.
Get 20% off when you visit trustandwill.com/plan. That's trustandwill.com/plan to get 20% off. trustandwill.com/PLAN.
Okay, so your trophy's in the cabinet. Business is great. The growing pains are all in the past, and you're feeling optimistic. Now you're in big trouble. Because truth is, no matter how well you slayed your last quarter, the next one could slay you right back. And without a cohesive strategy and a scalable idea you can rely on, nothing is certain except uncertainty. Which is why for your next rodeo, you need the next rodeo. The Next Rodeo is a true creative partner that brings next-level creative thinking and production quality to companies who didn't believe they could afford it. So you can keep your company growing without outgrowing the dream that started it. The Next Rodeo. The difference between the business you have and the business you want is one great scalable idea. Get the full story at thenextrodeo.com.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, the San Antonio Spurs, they look to bounce back from their loss in Houston on Tuesday. They head to Utah to take on the Jazz tonight. Tip-off from Salt Lake City scheduled for 8 o'clock. And the Cowboys have a new defensive coordinator. His name is Christian Parker. He's only 34 years old, but he spent the last 2 years under Vic Fangio in Philadelphia, and the defense was pretty good.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
On a Thursday in San Antonio. A Thursday as we get ready for a cold weekend. Oh, my goodness. Happy you stopped by here, though. Maybe Minix and I can warm you up just a little bit. This is the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. I am Joe Reinagel. He's Jason Minix.
Yeah, just come a little bit closer to that speaker.
Yes,
yeah.
Right there. Our hot
Have you
air.
ever seen that movie Private Parts with Howard Stern?
Yes, I have. Been a long time, but yes, I have seen it.
You're not going to do that to the speakers.
No.
Nor are you going to find somebody to straddle one.
No. No. Unless you know somebody. I mean, couldn't be just anyone, Minix.
Really?
No.
All right.
You know, get somebody shiny, get them in here, and straddle away. Cowboys got a new defensive coordinator. You know, back in the day.
Yeah?
Honestly.
Back in what day?
Well, when my first stint in radio, long time ago, radio stations like this were nuts. Now, when I first worked here, we only had two radio stations, KTSA and KTFM.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had the privilege of working on both in the morning.
You just ran across the hall.
Ran across the hall. They were right across the hall from each other. And so, but the Fridays here were awesome.
Well, they were, and you worked with Drex. And there were a lot of things going on in the studio.
Oh, my.
I worked overnight. There are a lot of things going on here in the studio. I mean, it's no.
Oh, you got to give him that huck to and spit on that thing. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was that. For sure. There was, dude, there used to be, the GM was named Joe Ernest, and there used to be a party every Friday in the back courtyard, and margarita machines.
Yeah, the Margarita Man, I think, was born here.
He was great.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, it was a crazy place. A lot of fun.
A lot of fun.
A lot of fun.
No, radio stations back there. Hell, I met my wife in the middle of the night at the radio station. She's a groupie that hasn't gone home yet.
He also knows there's a ticklish little pitch coming up.
Not sure if that one fit there, Pledge, but nice try. See, Pledge didn't get to work in the glory days of radio.
No, he didn't, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Even the glory days of TV. I mean, when I first got to Ken's TV, it was a pretty good place.
Yeah, no,
it was kind of wild.
I know when I was when I was at KZEP, there were a couple of, like, if you heard Aqualung from Jethro Tull on, it's 28 minutes long. You either knew that something fun was happening in the control room, or I went to the pig stand for breakfast. One of the two.
Nice.
Yeah.
That song's actually 28 minutes long.
It is.
Holy cow. I'd be playing that over and over and over again.
Well, because back then, they were actual CDs. You know, it's not like the computer where you could load up 9 songs in a row and go. You know, when the song ended, you had to push the button or talk or do whatever it is you were going to do next.
Worked for KISS for about 3 months overnights on Saturday. First job I ever had in media. And I didn't do much. I mean, you just had to stay awake, but it was like you get a lot of drunk calls.
Oh,
it was great.
The calls were great. And I know when I left KZEP and I went over to KJ because they paid me $1 more an hour. Kevin Brock took my job at KZEP, and so we'd all be on the phones listening to each other's different calls. The classic rock callers were far more entertaining than the country callers. I can tell you that.
I totally agree. Well, I didn't.
And what showed up at the studio at 3 a.m. was a lot better at KZEP than at KJ.
You know, I never had anybody show up at the station at 3 a.m.
Bring me a beer and something to eat was always, can you play a song? Yeah, bring me a beer and something to eat. Play what you want.
Guess nobody gave a damn.
It was a great pickup
the
line.
radio station. Nobody cared.
Nobody knew what was going on in the middle of the night.
There's that, too.
As long as you didn't have dead air.
It was a lot of fun.
Uh-huh. Let's do the Headline Blitz.
This is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. Two guys, two opinions, never enough time.
The World Cup is right around the corner, and we're all going to pretend to be soccer experts.
Oh, my gosh.
And now, I'm kind of excited. I love the World Cup. I get into the World Cup. Every 4 years, I kind of become a soccer fan.
Mm-hmm.
But it's stuff like this that just makes you just laugh at soccer. I'm trying to remember where this guy is from. Zavala is his name. I don't even know what team he plays for. The video is incredible. This guy, you need to pray for him. His career might be over. His name is Christian Zavala.
Uh-huh.
And he's doing a penalty kick. And he is so bad at this penalty kick. It's almost like he missed it. You know, it's like you're about to take a home run swing and it barely dribbles to the mound. Like the easiest save ever for the goalkeeper. It was so bad. And
he lost his leg.
Well, so the powerful penalty kick, and it's just the whiff of all whiffs.
Dude, I don't even want to look at it. I'm staring at it right now.
Oh, have you not watched this video?
No.
Well, hit play on the video.
I don't want to hit play.
Hit play on the video and do play-by-play. You've got to see this.
Alex Smith, I saw Joe Theismann, and those made me puke.
You've got to see what happens. Hit play on the video.
Oh, my God.
Joe Reiniger will do live play-by-play on this video.
It's a penalty kick. The guy goes up to it, and it's a horrible kick, by the way. Terrible. The guy's fine right now. He's just walking around and no problems, and he's stepping. He's rubbing his knee, and I don't know what happened.
Now they're going to have to amputate his leg because clearly he's faking an injury, because that's what happens in soccer when he realized just how bad the kick was. The only thing you can say is he lost a leg.
You got to be kidding me. That's it?
That's it.
That pisses me off. What the hell? I'm expecting his leg to go up over his head.
Nope.
What the hell? They had to kick this dude off the team. Just kick him off the team. This is a work. I could have kicked it better than this. I don't know.
I can't believe you didn't watch the video. I'm glad you prepared for this segment.
Well, dude, I didn't want to see something gruesome like
you really thought it was going to be gruesome. It's a soccer player.
Yeah, look at this goofball. First of all, he's got pink hair, and he kicked that like he was a 3-year-old.
Your 3-year-old grandkid could have kicked it harder than that.
I guarantee you, I could have damn sure kicked it harder than that.
I mean, but you would have pulled something.
Maybe. I'd had a real injury. Dude, there's nothing wrong with your knee. Get up. Walk out of the stadium and go home. Oh, my gosh.
The embarrassment.
That's awful. Look, soccer players are the best floppers in the world.
That ain't even a flop.
No, he didn't flop, but he should have. But I'm telling you, they're the best floppers ever. They flop better than LeBron James.
The good news for this guy, while they thought he might lose a leg, like straight amputation, they stretched him off the field. They had the magic spray, and he was able to continue. I don't know if that's true or not.
I have no clue.
It is the worst. Of all the soccer fake injuries that you've seen, this one might be right up there at number one. This is comical.
It was unbelievable.
And the fact that Reiniger thought it was going to be gruesome and he didn't want to watch it makes this even better.
I'm a naive young man. What can I say?
Naive?
I'm naive.
Young?
Well, I'm a naive guy. I'm thinking this is a gruesome injury. I mean, they sold it. Was that Outkick? Who did that?
Barstool.
Barstool. They sold it with the headline.
Yeah.
They said we should have put a warning on this. And I'm like,
they should have. I mean, that was horrific.
It was a horrific kick. Yes, it sure was.
Yeah. Let's go to a sport that Ryan Eagle does know. How many kids do you have?
5.
You know, Stephon Diggs has almost done that in one calendar year.
Props to him. Holy cow. You know, Stephon Diggs pretty fast on the field. He must be pretty fast in the sack, too.
Well, I mean.
Jump from one sack to the next. And bam, bam, 4 kids. Bam, bam, bam. Unplug it, baby.
Unplug it, baby.
See, there he is. They were all thinking
Touchdown.
that's somebody else. There's somebody.
Unplug it, baby.
I will, honey. I got another one I got to impregnate.
You're a dumb butt.
She's across the street.
Well, Stephon Diggs is being sued by his ex-girlfriend, but she has dropped her paternity and child support lawsuit against him because the paternity test did prove that Diggs is the father. Of course,
that's Daddy.
He's currently dating Cardi B. They just had a baby as well. And so you got to go to an expert in this field, and Ryan Eagle assumes that, you know, she dropped the lawsuit because, you know, originally he didn't know if that was his or not, but so she sued him. It's his. She's dropping the lawsuit, so apparently if it's his, he's going to do the right thing and
think
pay
so.
for it,
Yeah,
which is the right thing to do.
He probably said, okay, now that I know it's mine for real, I'll pony up.
Pony up, huh?
Hey, I'll give it to Stephon Diggs. He's having a good time, apparently. And he's still in the playoffs. So all is going well for old Stephon. And he's dating a big star. I mean, my gosh. You know, I got to give Travis Kelce a lot of credit. He kind of started a trend, didn't he?
Well,
I don't know if that was Travis Kelce. It might have been Tony Romo.
I mean, Tony Romo dated a star.
Yeah.
They went to Cancun. But I think it probably started, I mean, Joe Namath?
Might have been. Do you remember a guy by the name of Lance Allworth?
Yeah.
He dated Joey Heatherton.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
See, we're going way back now.
I mean, you got to be of a certain age to understand some of the references that Ryan Eagle makes because the posters on his wall are great grandmas at this point.
Yes, what Joey Heatherton is, I'm sure.
But
she was awfully shiny back then.
People are doing Google searches now, including James Pledger.
Yeah, Joey Heatherton, Pledge, back in the day. And they used to call Lance Allworth Bambi, remember?
That I don't know.
Bambi was his nickname, yeah.
Really?
Sure was.
Huh.
Good wide receiver back in the day. Yeah, see, Pledge just found it.
Pledge, pay attention.
You're welcome, Pledge. She's old now. Although, fortunately, you can always go back in time.
Really?
Yeah. Max, you're a pretty big barbecue guy.
I am.
Would you ever break into a barbecue place to sample their barbecue?
Never thought about that.
Well,
am I sampling or am I taking it with me?
Well, I don't know. I guess you want to sample it first and then decide if, you know.
So in Kentucky,
ding, 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 ding,
well, the guy's name is Josh Peacock. And Josh Peacock is not the brightest bunny in the forest, because he did break into a barbecue joint, and well, the cops in Kentucky, Springfield, Kentucky, they didn't have to work very hard to figure out who done it, because a backpack was left with his ID in it. And so they were easily able to find this Josh Peacock guy, who's now facing a burglary charge because he broke into a barbecue joint and ate a whole bunch of pulled pork.
He said it was a smell. He couldn't resist it. Couldn't resist the aroma of that pulled pork, and he had to get in there and sample it.
Doesn't say anything if he got the sides. But he didn't, outside of lunch or his midnight snack. It's not like, you see some of these stories at H-E-B with people stealing like briskets or fajitas and all that kind of stuff. I mean, he went in there and he found what was cooking and he ate and he left, but he left his backpack there, so they were able to track him down and find him.
Well, he was distracted, eating barbecue.
Mm-hmm. Barbecue is so good, people will steal it.
That's a good. They ought to do that. That barbecue place ought to do that.
Oh yeah, I mean, that makes I imagine Pinkerton's, Reese Brothers barbecue station. Yeah, our barbecue is so good, just break on in. People, no, why would you advertise that?
I think I would. Good enough to break the law. Boom. I think it's good stuff.
Joe Reinagel, marketing expert.
You're welcome, Pinkertons. When I see that on their sign, I'm hey, I came up with that. I don't know if they've ever been broken into. I hope not.
I hope not.
Yeah. Spurs in Utah.
They need to break out of their blowing leads slump.
Who is the hockey team in Salt Lake City?
The Mammoth.
Apparently, some of the PR guys for the Spurs went to that game last night.
Good for them.
Yeah, I saw some pictures. So good for them. Spurs have got to play basketball tonight. And Utah has not been an easy out. We'll discuss it when we continue here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you get arrested, get out of jail fast by calling AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text BAIL to 474747 or online mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else. Don't be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you one, make sure you understand the conditions before accepting it. AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They have payment plans. Call 210-225-2121 or mybestbailbonds.com.
License number 149.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Gold demand is skyrocketing to record highs. As more Americans rush to preserve their savings, will there be enough gold? I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your 401k or IRA savings. Gold offers tangible security that can't be tracked, stolen, or inflated. That's why I strongly advocate for gold IRAs. To learn more, text the word SECURE to 989898 now. Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, and their thousands of great reviews prove I'm not alone. So don't wait another second. Protect your retirement savings today and see how easy it is to move your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals. Text SECURE to the number 989898 for your free gold IRA info kit. Again, SECURE to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, I got you something. What's this? Just a little Galentine's gift from Jewelry Television.
JTV, I love their jewelry. I had my eye on this pearl bracelet on JTV.com. Plus, I love their colored gemstone jewelry. And oh, have you seen their gold?
Right now, take up to 70% off select jewelry and gifts at JTV.com.
You are not going to believe their gemstones and their artisan collections. Gorgeous.
Are you going to open your gift?
It's the pearl bracelet.
Visit JTV.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
It's a new year, and Aleve is here to help you keep your New Year's resolutions on track. Whether it's a daily walk, hitting the gym, or spending more time with friends and family, Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you moving with long-lasting body pain relief so you can chase those dreams and achieve your goals. Don't let body pain slow you down. Keep going with Aleve, because this year is your year. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
I'm AJ Hoffman from the Morning Huddle. Join me and Rob Thompson tomorrow morning at 6. Your early morning wake-up call on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Pledge is in there lip syncing to this song, having a good time. Yeah, it's way too much fun inside that glass box of fun.
When you hear him through the glass, that's not lip syncing. He's actually singing poorly.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
I can't hear him doing that, but if he's singing out loud, please stop. This is the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. I'm Joe Reinagle. He's Jason Minix. Spurs in Utah tonight, Minix. 8 o'clock tip-off. I mean, you're going to have to stay up late, brother.
It's not that late.
Well, it's later than normal.
Look, Grandpa, midnight.
It's late for me. I won't lie to you.
Late for you.
Sure. I'm glad it starts at 8 o'clock, though. I'm pretty happy about that.
Why?
Well, I'm a bachelor, so I got nothing else to do but study the San Antonio Spurs.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm going to study them to determine once and for all if they are soft or not.
So is that tonight's study against Utah?
Utah's giving them a hard time.
Well, they have. Now, I saw where the ground was moving out there in Utah. Hopefully no earthquakes tonight.
Really?
And hopefully the rims are all straight and ready to go.
That's embarrassing, Houston.
Well,
honestly,
it's
not only
Houston.
the rims weren't straight, but the fact that it took, I don't know, an hour to fix.
30 minutes.
Whatever.
I mean, but still, though. That was kind of comical.
It's embarrassing, Houston.
You kind of figure they would have that ready to go.
Yes, you would think. That's probably why the Spurs were so poor from the three-point stripe. The rim was a little off.
What are you going to blame the officials
I'm
next?
going to, yeah. I heard those dudes as they got their little screwdrivers out and stuff talking to each other. We're going to screw the Spurs here. You didn't hear them?
I did not. In that fourth quarter, was it the bad rim that they were going at?
I have no idea, dude. I have no clue. I have no idea. It sounded good at the briefly.
Briefly,
yeah, it did. It did. Hey, look, Utah, in all seriousness, they were a 16.5-point dog to the Spurs. Spurs won by 13 inside the Frost Bank Center. Last time they played them in Utah, the Jazz won that game. Spurs are a 12.5-point favorite tonight. How good do you feel about laying the 12.5?
I like the 12.5 a lot more than I like the 16.5 or whatever it was the other night. But Luke Cornett might not play tonight. He was on the injury report with a growing injury, and no word yet. It's too early in the day if he's going to go tonight. He was a question mark heading in based on yesterday's the injury report they sent out last night. And that will make a difference because that is the tough guy that they do have. But the Spurs haven't lost 3 in a row all year. And while they have had a handful, 4 or 5, 2-game losing streaks, generally speaking, after a loss, they have bounced back and played better the next day. They haven't always won the next day, but they have played better. And as frustrated as Wemby sounded after the Houston game, I imagine that dude is going to bounce back tonight and have a strong game. And I would like to thank everybody. Mitch Johnson, so even keel. I didn't know if he was happy or mad the other night. I mean, you know, the one thing that he learned from Greg Popovich is win or lose, we're going to dinner. And Mitch Johnson certainly feels that way. Now, with Pop, you could tell in his post-game press conferences if he was happy or mad, but they knew they were going to dinner. With Mitch, I don't know if they won or lost, right? But I'm sure they went to dinner afterwards, and then they got to Utah and went to a hockey game, which I'm down with.
Yeah, and that's great. By the way, Lauri Markkanen will not play again tonight. He's going to miss his 6th straight game for the Jazz. That's certainly good news for the Spurs, not to have him in the lineup, although the Jazz played pretty well without him the other day. I don't know, Jason. I like this team. I really do. I don't like the 3-point buckets they take. They take way too many for my taste, and I hope they do something tonight. They didn't go into Utah and just take care of business. I mean, this is a team they should just wipe the floor with. I mean, let's face it. And I'd like to see them do that thing. I don't want to see a close game in the fourth quarter.
I'm with you, and I know you don't want to see that, so you can go to bed. Because apparently, when it gets 10, it's too late for you.
No. I can make exceptions.
But I look at this team, and with what you just said, and you're not wrong. They take too many threes. When they're making them, we don't bitch about them. But when they have a night like the other night, you bitch about them. And this is where, as we get closer to the trade deadline, the one thing that we all, I think, agree that they need is a good 3-and-D guy. And in a 3-and-D league, you have to have one of those, and they don't. And in this league of everybody takes a bunch of threes. That's just the way the NBA is played now. The Spurs lack that sharp-shooting 3-point guy. I mean, when Julian Champagnie is knocking down at a high rate, man, he's great, but he's streaky. Wemby the other night taking a bunch of them, and he's been taking a lot more of them. And, you know, the other day we talked about how great it was because he was making them. And then when he goes over, you go, what the hell are you doing, big guy? Quit taking all the threes. You're 7'5". Get in the paint. Make or miss. But they really need to find that sniper at the trade deadline if they're going to make a serious run this postseason.
Well, I'd like to see a good mix. I really would. Yes, sniper, a guy that's consistent. I think Champagnie's probably been the best 3-point shooter thus far, besides maybe Wemby when he gets on a roll and gets hot, although he wasn't good the other night. But I would like to see Castle and Harper create. I really would. And even De'Aaron Fox, for that matter, drive and dish. And let's play some old-fashioned basketball. Try that out and see how that works out for you. It's hard to complain. I mean, the Spurs are 30-14 at this point in time. But still, I think as you get closer to the playoffs, as we get closer to crunch time, the game's going to change a little bit. And I would like to see the Spurs start that transition now.
I'm with you there. But at the same time, the offenses are designed to take a bunch of threes. You need the mix, but that's where you need that guy just that reliable 3-point shooter, and we don't. We've got streaky guys. That's the one element of this team where they could see drastic improvement. You go back and you think about the additions at the time of a guy like a Brent Berry or a Steve Kerr.
Uh-huh.
When you needed that big shot, you knew you had somebody you could rely on. I don't know that the Spurs have that guy right now. In fact, I do know they do not have that guy right now when you need a big-time 3. Who are they going to get? that you know as soon as that ball goes up, it's going through?
Well, and that's a good question. I mean, if you had your choice right now with the current roster, and granted, Devin Vassell's still out, and he's out again tonight, by the way. So who is it, Champagnie or Wemby? Who would you rather have the ball in his hand to take that three-pointer if you needed a three-point bucket?
Wemby? He's the best player on the team.
Well, I get that.
And he's not afraid to take the shot. We know that. But even then, he's not a reliable three-point shooter. Julian Champagnie's our best three-point shooter, but he's not reliable. And honestly, I hate to walk the fence on this, but if it's at the end of the game, I'm going to answer that question by, is Wemby 0 for 7? No, I don't want him taking that one. Is Julian made 4 of 9? Let him take that one. If Julian's having one of those nights where he's 2 of 9, then maybe not. At that point, and that's where the Spurs are right now because they don't have that reliable three-point guy.
They don't have it. So, again, which is all the more reason, if they go get that guy, that's great. But it's all the more reason, Jason, to start changing things a little bit and stop relying 90% of the time on the three-point shot because, as we saw the other night, sometimes that can get you in a hell of a hole, and it's just not a good thing. So I'd like to see them change. But, again, the Spurs in Utah tonight against the Jazz. No Lauri Markkanen, no Luke Kornet, no Devin Vassell.
Well, Luke Kornet's still.
Well, according to ESPN, he's out.
He's out.
So he's not going to play, according to ESPN. So the Spurs will send us an injury report later, and we'll update you if that changes at all. But going to be interesting to see if the Spurs, who have had a hard time with Utah, can get it done. And I'd like to see it get done in miserable fashion for the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, last night when the Spurs sent out their injury report, Kornet questionable, Jeremy Sohan questionable. So if ESPN got some update that didn't come from the Spurs, maybe.
Maybe. Luke Kornet out with a thigh injury. And what I like about this is that his estimated return January 25th. Devin Vassell also estimated return January 25th. So that'll be good news. At least it's another weapon and another guy that can at least shoot a three-point shot. Whether he makes it or not remains to be seen. Lots of NFL news, a lot of Dallas Cowboys news. They've hired a defensive coordinator, and Dak Prescott, is he up for a postseason award? All of those things we'll discuss when we return here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
I know with Spurs and Jazz tonight, you want to make that game a lot more fun and exciting. Play along on Underdog, the best place to get all your picks and get in the action, maybe win some money. Right now in Texas is at Underdog. And, yeah, it's NBA tonight. And this weekend you got the conference championship games. And that's what I love about playing on Underdog. You look at your favorite players or any of the players in the game and their predicted stats, and you choose higher or lower on the predicted stats. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. I cannot wait for that Rams-Seahawks game. Right now they've got Matthew Stafford at 252.5 passing yards. So would you go higher or lower? I think I'm going to go higher. They've got Sam Darnold at 235.5 passing yards, higher or lower. It could also be receptions. Like they got JSN at 6.5 receptions. Do you think he'll have 7 catches? Then you go higher. Jason Myers on kicking points at 7.5. Would you go higher or lower? Think about the 2 games the Rams and the Seahawks have played this year. Look at that. Think about the conference championship game. Build out your pick-em entry and win money. It's that easy. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today. Use promo code STAR to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code STAR at Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
It's finally Friday on the Morning Huddle, and we've got 2 championship football matches to preview. Rams, Seahawks, Broncos, Patriots. We'll break it all down.
As we cave up during the cold weekend, we'll get you ready. Oh, by the way, the Spurs, did they take care of business against Utah? We're going to get there early. The party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Mornings 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Billy, your gas light's on. We need to stop and fill up.
No way, Jen. Gas around here is too expensive. We can make it a little further.
Billy, listen to your big sister. You don't need to drive all over searching for the lowest gas prices. Do what I do and use Upside.
Upside?
Do you live under a rock, Billy? Upside is the hottest cashback app out there. It's free to download, and you get real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it all the time, and I've already made around $200.
You can make that kind of cash back just for buying the gas you have to buy anyway?
Yes, I'm looking at the Upside app now, and you can get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank.
Okay, I'm stopping to download Upside and fill up my tank. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SUPPLY to get up to a $5 cashback bonus on your first tank. That's code SUPPLY for up to a $5 cashback bonus.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Celebrate the 17th annual Pork Rind Appreciation Day with PorkRinds.com and NFL legend Devin Hester. We're teaming up to support the Gridiron Greats Assistance Fund, helping retired players get the medical care they deserve. Want to get in the game? Visit PorkRinds.com to play their Crunch Time Hero game and enter daily to win a trip to the 2027 big game in LA, plus a year's supply of pork rinds. Grab the perfect low-carb snack and be your own Pork Rind Appreciation Day hero today at PorkRinds.com. You know the Roo Pub is proven to be the best place to watch games with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. All the games, all the fights, and when you show up at the Roo Pub, show up hungry. The food is fantastic. Open daily at 11. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and the best place to watch a game. Just down from the big blind, right next to the Angry Elephant. The Roo Pub, 281 in Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344.
Having a tough time paying your bills? Learn how to reduce your credit card debt to a fraction of what you owe. Call the Debt Helpline now for free advice. 800-329-9912. 800-329-9912.
Talking a lot of NFL football here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. And if you haven't been to our San Antonio Sports Star YouTube page, you need to go over there, like and subscribe that page. But we've also got a poll. The poll simply states who will win the NFL MVP this year. Drake May, Matthew Stafford, Josh Allen, or one Christian McCaffrey. Go there and vote.
The YouTube doesn't allow us to put 5 in there, so we didn't include Trevor Lawrence because we don't figure he's got a shot in hell at winning. And if Christian McCaffrey's only getting 3%, we made the right call on who we were going to leave off of our own YouTube poll. Matthew Stafford running away with it, and I think he'll do that too at the NFL honors, but you can have your voice heard there on our YouTube page.
Go there and vote. Do yourself a favor. Let your voice be heard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lots happening, though. That's just one of the nominees, I guess you could say, that came out today for the postseason awards for the NFL players, Offensive Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, all of that kind of stuff. Everybody came out, and the candidates were announced.
Yeah, all those finalists. And again, Christian McCaffrey it's going to be interesting for Christian McCaffrey. One, it's in his home city, Super Bowl is. And he's up for 3 awards. MVP, I don't think he'll win. Offensive Player of the Year, he certainly has a chance at winning. But he's also in the Comeback Player of the Year award. I don't think he gets 2. He certainly isn't going to get 3. Would you think he would be more Offensive Player of the Year or Comeback Player of the Year? Now, granted, Offensive Player of the Year finalists are Puka, Bijan, JSN, and Drake May. And then your Comeback Player of the Year includes Stephon Diggs, Trevor Lawrence, Aiden Hutchinson, and Dak Prescott.
Yeah. I don't know how that works or what the odds are for one player winning more than one of those awards. But if you're the Offensive Player of the Year, why wouldn't you be the Comeback Player of the Year? I mean, it seems to me if you did the most offensively, you're coming back from an injury, you win that award. Why wouldn't you win them both? Who votes on these things? Writers, media people?
Yeah, sure.
Those kind of things. I guess it just depends on how they're feeling. I just think Christian McCaffrey's going to win something. I don't think he's going to go over. I think Stafford wins the MVP. I can make a case for McCaffrey to win Offensive Player of the Year. I mean, but you got Puka Nacua, who's pretty damn good. You got Bijan Robinson, who played pretty well.
Quarterback wins MVP, and your Offensive Player of the Year. That makes sense.
Well, it could, and you got Jackson Smith and Jigba, and I think, all of those. You could make a case for every one of those guys.
Well, that's why they're finalists, sir.
Well, I guess
they're all really, really good.
Well, we just said MVP. You got Trevor Lawrence on there. You got to have a chance in hell. Why is he on the list?
Well, see, and that honestly, and he made the playoffs. Miguel on our YouTube says Hutchinson is winning Comeback Player of the Year, and when you look at the gruesomeness of the injury, I think that factors in. I was there when Aiden Hutchinson broke his leg. It was against Dallas. That was gross. But we saw what happened to Dak Prescott. And again, Dak Prescott has had a season-ending injury and won Comeback Player of the Year award too. I don't know if, he's gotten that one before. Is he going to get one this time? If the Cowboys had made the playoffs, hear all that laughing in the background, then you probably see Dak Prescott at number 5 on the MVP list instead of Trevor Lawrence.
It's quite possible, no doubt. Look, the stats that he put up this year were eye-popping. They were good. Dak Prescott had a good year offensively this year, and the entire offense did. And so, but Dak, obviously the leader of that, had a good year. Is it enough to get him get him a Comeback of the Year award? I don't know. I don't know.
And I don't know that Dak gives a damn. Of all the awards to win, that's the one that I don't want, because that means something awful happened to you a year before, right? Now, granted, you bounced back, you worked your butt off, but to win Comeback Player of the Year, something really bad had to happen to you.
And something bad did.
It did.
It did.
Antonio Moreno is asking on YouTube, is Scadaboo eligible for Rookie of the Year? I don't know if he's eligible, but he's not nominated. The Offensive Rookie of the Year does not include Cam Scadaboo, but his quarterback is on that list, and Jackson Dart. I'm a big Cam Scadaboo fan. Hate the fact that he's with the New York Giants. It was weird when I was in Phoenix over the weekend. One of the stores there, on Mill Street in Tempe, sells all the Arizona State gear. The amount of Cam Scadaboo stuff still in that store.
I'm sure.
Just his jerseys, T-shirts, autograph memorabilia. They could rename that place the Scattaboo store because, I mean, there was so much stuff in there. Obviously, Arizona State legend, and will certainly go down with that. But he didn't make the list. I don't know if he's eligible or not. I don't know if he played enough to make the list, to be honest with you. But he's not a finalist. No,
but he's got a bright future ahead of him, I think. I mean, his running style is such that those injuries could pile up. Let's hope not. And especially if you're John Harbaugh, you want to have that guy, and he really emerged. But that guy just plays with a reckless abandon that somebody's going to have to get that under control. Are they not?
Well,
or his career's not going to be too long.
I just hope that he's not in the comeback player of the year category next year, because that means he had a really good year. And I don't want that for the New York Giants.
I think they're going to have a pretty decent year anyway.
Yeah,
unfortunately. NFC East is going to be good all the way around, I think. There's going to be at least 3 teams in there. I don't know about the Command Skins, but who knows? Jaden Daniel, maybe he's comeback player of the year next year.
Well, and again, you look at that and go from there. The one category that probably creates more debate is Coach of the Year, because you can make a case for every one of these guys: Ben Johnson, Liam Cohen, Mike McDonald, Kyle Shanahan, and Mike Vrabel.
Every one of them. I could see any of them winning. I honestly could.
If as a voter, that would be the one that might be the hardest if you're taking your job seriously as a voter. That and Offensive Player of the Year.
This is McDonald's second year in Seattle or first?
Second.
Second year in Seattle.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to figure Ben Johnson's going to win that thing, right? I would think so. Mike Vrabel, I think, is certainly in the mix and near the top. Whether he wins or not, I don't know. But what Ben Johnson did after Matt Eberflus just destroyed that Chicago team, he came in there and just, he did a hell of a job.
He did. So if you were voting on that, Ben Johnson took over with really high expectations for a quick turnaround, and they did. The surprise is what Liam Cohen did with Jacksonville.
Yeah.
So if you are making your vote on the biggest surprise, like, holy crap, you did that?
Yeah.
Then it's Liam Cohen, because I don't think there were expectations for him as a first-year coach with what Jacksonville has been and what Trevor has been, that they would have been as good. And hell, his quarterback is an MVP candidate, a finalist for MVP. To me, what Liam Cohen did is the most impressive, because it was also the most unexpected.
Well, and you look what he did. I mean, you talk about Trevor Lawrence. The guy's never had a year in the pros as good as he had this year. And you got to give Liam Cohen a lot of credit for that. So, yeah, I can make a case for all 5 of these guys. I really could. I don't think Kyle Shanahan's going to do it, although he certainly deserves to be on the list with what he did with that San Francisco team, as banged up as they were. He loses his quarterback for 8 weeks. His defense was decimated. And he had no wide receivers, for goodness sake. With Deebo Samuel going to Washington and Brandon Ayuk freaking out and doing whatever the hell he did, which is going to get him traded away to somebody else, which maybe is what he wants and why he did what he did. But I could make a case for all of those guys. I'm with you. Johnson or Cohen's going to win this thing.
But then you look at, kind of quietly, what McDonald did in Seattle in his second year, how quickly he has turned that around. They're 14-3. They're the 1 seed. And Sam Darnold, who was probably the least celebrated quarterback signing of the offseason. Really, you're going with him, huh? Did you see him at the end with Minnesota, even though he won 14 games? Which is one of the reasons I think Clint Kubiak ends up winning Assistant Coach of the Year. He's in that category, and I think part of it is expectation. When they went with Sam Darnold, Seahawk fans were not thrilled with that because of what you remember about Sam Darnold with the Jets, and while he had a great year with Minnesota, he had what was considered one of the best quarterback coaches in Minnesota, but he completely fell apart at the end of the year. And then he signs with Seattle, and I know they weren't overly thrilled that that's what we're going to go with.
then they probably weren't. I'm not sure any team that would be. But think about what you're saying here. Would you rather have, I don't know, draft a Jackson Dart, for example, or name a quarterback that's drafted? Now, again, a Drake May, some of these guys that are panning out, you're okay with. But a lot of these guys that you're drafted early as quarterback just don't pan out. If you've got a guy that's got NFL experience, I'd rather roll with that guy, especially when he wins 14 games the season before. This is 2 seasons in a row, Sam Darnold. When's he going to start getting the respect that I think he deserves? I mean, honestly, does he have to win and get into the Super Bowl to get that done? I mean, this guy has played well over the last 2 seasons. It's very difficult to make a case for him not being a good quarterback or not trusting him, and that's what I hear most about Sam Darnold.
Well, I think part of that was, again, you've got a reputation, and it's earned. And until you do something about it, that reputation is going to be there. Geno Smith had success in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of Seahawk fans thought that they were going to keep Geno Smith, but then he followed Pete Carroll to the Raiders in Las Vegas, and he's been a disaster with the Las Vegas Raiders. So if you're a Seattle fan, you're going, man, we dodged a bullet. Or who's to say that Geno Smith wouldn't have had success with what's around him? I mean, and that's the thing that you never know. It's supporting cast, coaching, who's around you, all of that factors in. But Sam Darnold, good quarterback, Band-Aid quarterback, if you will, and that's what he was in Minnesota. And Minnesota let him go. Think about Minnesota had Daniel Jones, who was having a hell of a year before he got hurt.
Yeah.
And Sam Darnold let him walk out the door because of what they thought they had in J.J. McCarthy.
Well, and keep in mind, Darnold spent a year in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Under Shanahan.
Well, that's why he's good now.
Well, and
it's that electrical field, man.
Maybe
got the bad just buzzed all the bad juju out of him, and now he's a good quarterback.
Yeah, well,
and Kyle Shanahan.
I think working with the Shanahan and then in Minnesota last year with what they can do with quarterbacks. But they got to be sick. And I know you want to go with your guy. And J.J. McCarthy may turn out to be great. I don't know. But I hated that draft, the Minnesota picking him as high as they did, just because of his resume at Michigan. Guy never threw the football. Didn't have to throw the football at Michigan. They ran the football mostly. And I guess when you're looking at a guy, even though he doesn't have a lot of experience throwing the football and running a pro-style offense like that, I guess you just look at his intangibles. He's a tall guy. He's got a strong arm, and you're hoping you can make that work. When you got a bird in the hand in Sam Darnold, who led you to a 14-win season, it's very difficult to let a guy like that go.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, it's but they did. Being a GM is easy. I know somebody that says that a lot, and it is when it works out well.
Well, I mean, I see some of these teams, Jets, I could probably be their GM. I mean, my goodness. Cleveland, go to Cleveland and be the GM, you sit in a suite for the whole game. So that's nice. Get you a little red Solo cup. You can put you some whiskey in there or vodka or whatever you want.
There are NFL employees that can't drink at work.
Okay. That's the rule. That red Solo cup, buddy, hides a lot of things.
Uh-huh.
It really does.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You think it would be easy, and these guys, some of them make it look easy, some don't, and that is a problem. That's for sure. A lot going on though in the NFL, and of course we got 2 big games coming up for you this weekend on Sunday, and you can listen to both of them right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. It is presented by Flight by Yingling. Championship weekend in the NFL. Doubleheader. It all starts at 1 o'clock on Sunday. New England in Denver to take on the Broncos. That'll be followed up by the Rams headed to Seattle to take on the Seahawks at 5:30. The playoffs are brought to you by Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. It's going to be a fun Sunday afternoon. I really believe that, and I'm looking forward to it. Although, come Monday, we only have 1 game left.
Mm-hmm.
1 football game left. That's it.
It's a big one, though.
Damn it. I hate that.
Football season's the greatest season, but also the shortest.
It really is. It goes by so fast. Dallas Cowboys are hoping to enter next season better than they finished this season defensively, and they've got their defensive coordinator. It was breaking right before we got on the show, and they have a new guy. We're talking about him. We'll tell you a little bit about him when we continue here on The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. First, I want to tell you about my friends at Stevens Roofing, family-owned company, local company, a local company that's been in business here since 1983. And that should tell you all you need to know about their reputation and how they take care of their customers. Obviously, they take care of them very well. They wouldn't still be in business, or certainly wouldn't be in business since 1983. The fine folks at Stevens Roofing know how to do it, and they get it done, and they do it right, and they make sure that you are happy. And now they've added solar to what they do. Stevens Roofing and Solar. If you've been thinking about adding solar panels to your house, Stevens Roofing and Solar is the company to remember. The number to remember is 210-785-0994. They'll put a plan together for exactly what you want to do, and they'll get it done, and you know it's going to be done right. If you just want your roof checked out, you think there might be something wrong with it, we got a big storm coming in this weekend. If after the fact you think something happened to it, call Stevens Roofing and Solar. They will send a crew out to your house, and they'll do it for free. They'll inspect it and make sure that everything is okay, or they'll let you know that there's a couple of problems you need to take care of. Either way, you're going to feel better about your house, your biggest investment, and you'll want to get that taken care of. Stevens Roofing and Solar, 210-785-0994, or you can get them online at stevensroofing.net.
From the San Antonio Sports Star Studios, sponsored by George Salinas Injury Lawyers. This is KTFM Floresville.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
SpaceX launch went without a hitch. I watched it.
Ignition. Liftoff. Godspeed, Father Time.
Yeah, he's Bob McKenzie.
Oh, hey.
Thanks for the beer, Abe. Great. This is my brother, Doug. Good day.
The John Clay Wolf Show.
Listen to the John Clay Wolf Show, Saturday morning at 8 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jason Garrett with Arasti. If you're tired of pain slowing you down from a recent injury or something that's been nagging you for years, we can help. At Arasti, we've earned the trust of over 8,000 physicians by delivering fast, lasting pain relief without painkillers or surgery. Our hands-on approach targets the root cause of pain, and most patients see results in just one visit. No referral needed, and it's covered by most insurance plans. So don't wait. Visit Arasti.com. That's AIRROSTI.com. Arasti. We fix pain fast.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
You've got a big day, So you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Free products and services are the best. They're next to non-existent, though. But the next best thing does exist. Barter. Alamo Barter. Right here in San Antonio, if you have a business and provide a product or service, you can barter with hundreds of other businesses that are already members. From trips to a medical visit, restaurants, and home services, Alamo Barter is a great way for you to trade out your skills with others. Call Alamo Barter or visit them online at alamobarter.com. alamobarter.com.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
Dallas Cowboys have agreed to a deal to make Eagles passing game coordinator and defensive backs coach Christian Parker the team's next defensive coordinator. Parker's only 34 years old, but he did spend the last 2 years under Vic Fangio in Philadelphia. There will likely be another wide receiver on the market this offseason. It's not an if, but when. San Francisco 49ers GM John Lynch confirmed that yesterday in his press conference with Brandon Ayuk.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Well, happy Thursday, everybody. Hope you're having a great Thursday. Driving around, whatever you're doing, getting toilet paper at H-E-B. However you're spending your Thursday afternoon, hope it's a good one. Happy you're spending some time with us here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. I'm Joe Reinagel. He's Jason Minix.
Did you go to H-E-B last night?
I did not. I did an inventory, though, around the house and figured, well, for one day of a freeze, I think I've got plenty of toilet paper to survive.
You double-checked.
Well,
you were nervous enough to double-check all the crap you talked yesterday, and then you realized, all right, my wife's out of town. Uh-oh. Where do we even keep toilet paper? So you went on an Easter egg hunt, found where you keep the toilet paper, and went, yeah, there's enough here.
I know exactly where we keep the toilet paper, and I looked in both of those spots because, quite frankly, I had to change a roll last night.
Oh,
and so,
wow.
I mean, you know.
By yourself?
Yes. You know, the only thing you got to worry about is where the flap goes. Does it go on the outside or the inside? You know what I'm talking about, where you pull the roll down?
Do you roll it?
I mean, is there a proper?
Yes.
Well, according to you, Pledge.
Look, this is an argument like, do beans go in chili or not? Do you roll it from the backside or the front side?
It will be judged.
I don't think it matters, does it? As long as it rolls. You got a preference, Minix? On the top or the bottom?
Yeah. I get in trouble. What, Pledge? What?
Oh, I'm just waiting.
Yeah, let's
I
see.
get in trouble.
Yeah.
And it's like, yep.
So, in other words, Joanna likes it a certain way.
Yes.
Yeah.
and oftentimes I don't pay attention. Where I get in trouble is if I'm in the middle of needing it and the roll needs to be changed, I set it right on top of where the other one was, and then I wait to get back in there and it'll be fixed. And then I get in trouble.
Well, of course you do.
Because if I do it the wrong way, then, you get in trouble for that.
Yeah, but
I'm lazy and I want to get the hell out of there.
But you could say, look, honey, I tried. I just didn't.
No.
I mean, my goodness.
No. It's lazy. Putting it on the roll to me is one of the dumber things in life.
Well, I agree, but so is Joanna
I
flap
don't
out
know.
or flap behind?
Otherwise, I would do it.
Oh, she does. She hadn't told you.
Well, I mean, I don't pay attention enough when I'm in there.
That's going to have to be a poll tomorrow.
it really doesn't be, but and this is way too much info, but we have separate bathrooms, right? She generally is down the hall, and the one in the master bedroom is mine, but she'll use that one. But so I have no idea. because I'll just set it on top of the thing. I don't got a little trash can in there. I'll set it on there. I mean, taking the time to change out the roll is one of the dumber things in life.
Dude, it takes about 5 seconds.
It's true. It does. It does.
It's not a problem.
It's not complicated. It's laziness on my part.
Well, extreme laziness on your part. Yeah, no doubt. I'm just
but
curious.
I don't care.
I don't care either which side it's on.
Yeah.
It makes no difference to me as long as it rolls. Doesn't matter. I mean, it's right there.
As long as it's there.
Yeah.
You don't care if it rolls.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I mean, if it's sitting on top of the little deal or sitting on the trash can in there on the lid, you pick it up and get what you need and get out of there.
I thought you were a flushable wipes guy anyway, just blacking up your pipes.
You start with toilet paper, though, Pledge. I mean, there's a whole strategy to this thing.
A strategy?
Yeah. I mean, come on.
Does it waste as much paper as you can?
No, it's just a strategy. I'm sorry. I like to be clean. I don't know about you guys. Jeez.
So, in other words, you're cheap. You only want to use one dude wipe to finish.
Well, that's the goal. Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way. But
then you didn't use enough paper.
And I mean, sometimes it doesn't.
Well, you're right.
I mean, sometimes,
we've all been there.
You use a lot of paper.
Why is it that a conversation like this is, I don't know, we're all like in the 5th grade, right? Everybody does this.
Right.
I
don't know. Most women will claim that they don't.
Everybody poops. There's a book.
Everybody.
I've seen that book. I've seen that book.
But Ryan Eagle gets mad if people got to poop at the airport.
Well, dude, it's like there's some kind of something in the airport food or water that makes everybody. I don't know what it is. Why the airport bathrooms are so attractive for poopers.
Well, because you got to go.
Well,
you got to go.
Dude.
Would you rather do it in the airport bathroom or in the airplane?
Well, not in the airplane. I don't think I've ever done that. Have you?
In an airplane, I probably.
People are clearing themselves out before getting on a plane.
Well, I do that before I go to the airport, Pledge. At least that's the idea.
I mean, when nature calls, nature calls.
Well,
and you got to answer. You don't have a choice.
I totally agree with that. Problem is, I hope that doesn't happen.
I had to poop at the Phoenix airport on Sunday. I almost texted you because I did, and it was glorious, man.
I'm sure happy you didn't text me. That's good.
But it is. I don't normally like to do that in public, but when you got to go, you got to go.
Well, I totally agree with that. But some airports are better than others. And look, San Antonio Airport, when you build that new terminal, can you get some better toilets? I mean, for goodness sake.
You want the ones like in where were we at?
Baltimore? Yes, they tell you how many stalls are available. I thought that was genius.
They have bidets too.
I don't know if they had that or not because I typically don't go in there for that reason.
You should get a bidet, Joe.
Well, only
I mean, think about it. If everybody had a bidet, this whole run on toilet paper during the ice storm that's coming wouldn't be necessary.
I don't know why bidets are not a thing in the United States. In Europe, they are.
Yeah.
But the problem is I can't get one unless it's hooked up to the hot water. I mean, you don't want cold water shooting up your behind. That would be uncomfortable, wouldn't it?
Woo!
Yeah, it's got to be warm.
You ever stay at the Aria in Vegas? They have bidets
the Aria,
there.
No,
yeah.
well, Bellagio does too for some rooms.
Yeah.
I've seen them.
Uh-huh.
Haven't actually used them, but I've seen them.
Now you got some explaining to do that you can't explain.
Well,
why were you in somebody's room looking at their bidet but not using it?
Well, because there's certain people we go with, really good friends of ours that are very well taken care of, and they get the rooms that have the bidet in it.
And you know that, and then you feel like, all right, I'm just in this average room.
Well, and so
you're in a bidetless room.
I'm in a bidetless room. I am. I'm in a regular old hotel room, but
man,
it's fine.
Ryan Eagle, the thrills of Vegas, man. I got a warm water bidet and a slot machine.
Well, that'd be nice. Although when you come into the check-in at the Bellagio, and we're fortunate enough, we go through the VIP one.
Yeah.
Well, their bathrooms have bidets in there.
You've used that one?
I have, yeah. Just because
you couldn't even wait to get to your room.
Well, I didn't really have to go. I just wanted to see what it was like.
So wait.
So I sat there for a little while. It was glorious.
In the VIP bathroom.
It was glorious. Yes.
So pro tip for anybody going to Vegas. If you go into the high roller room, even if you're not playing, the bathrooms in there are the best. And they also have free food and drinks in there most of the time.
Yeah. Well, food, I think
with snacks.
You get wine maybe and champagne. You can't get a real drink or even a beer in there. It's just wine and champagne, I think.
Well, you sit down in there and you order a beer. They bring it right to you.
Well, they'll bring it to you, but if you're in there, they'll pour you a glass of wine or champagne right in front of your face.
Or they'll bring you a beer. They say, "What would you like, sir?" Beer. And they bring it to you.
Well, I don't want to sit in the high roller room forever. Oh, the casino part, yes. I'm talking about the roller room where you have the bidets.
The roller room, the VIP check-in.
That
Good
place.
Lord.
Bidets are awesome, and we all need that.
So you VIP check-in, but don't get a VIP room?
Well, I don't pay for the room.
There's different levels of VIP.
There's different levels. There's the VIP with an exclamation point, and then there's me.
So yeah, I will let you know on if my room is Saturday in Vegas is bidet or bidet-less.
I have a feeling it's bidet-less. I'm just spitballing. I could be wrong.
You could be.
And we just don't know.
We'll find out. I'll tell you how that VIP check-in is too. But I'm not going to go sit in. I'm getting to Vegas. I'm not. The first thing I'm going to do is not just.
You didn't go sit on the
test ride the bidet.
You should do it. It's worth it, buddy.
Wow, this segment is kind of crappy.
It is clean out all the bad juju. You're clean and ready to go gamble. I'm telling you, that's the only way to do it. How the hell did we get here?
Pro tip from Uncle Joe.
I blame all of you out there for buying up all the toilet paper that we got to be talking about this when nothing's going to happen this weekend. You're going to wake up Monday morning and go, oh, wow, that sucked. It was supposed to snow and freeze, and we're all supposed to huddle up, and it's like nothing. Just mark my words, Minix. These weather guys, I'll tell you, man, I like to scare the hell out of everybody.
Joe Reinagel.
I mentioned the Cowboys have a new defensive coordinator. Have I told you that lately? They do, if I haven't. And his name is Christian Parker. And we'll introduce you to him when we continue. We also got some Parker McCullum tickets that we're going to give away. No relation to Christian Parker. Dude, I'm going to eject.
Just go to break.
Okay.
Go to break.
Stay with us here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. First, I got to tell you about the Golf Club of Texas. Golf Club of Texas is a fantastic place. And look, I know it's going to be cold this weekend. I get it. You may not want to play golf when it's cold, but you don't have to. Go out to the Golf Club of Texas anyway. You can get out there, have a great meal at the Tin Cup Bar and Grill. If you go out there on Sunday, I know they're going to have the NFL games out there. And the beauty about going to the Tin Cup Bar and Grill to watch football is the fact that you've got everything you need right there. You've got the food. It's fantastic. You've got just about any kind of beer you can imagine. It's right there. And if you're into cocktails, well, they can make you pretty much any kind of cocktail that you want. It is a fantastic place to gather up your friends and go out there and watch some football at the Golf Club of Texas. Have a great meal out there as well. And then you can make your tea time for later in the week when, well, it's supposed to be a little bit better than it's going to be this weekend. Either way, look, that's the beauty of living where we live. Golf year round, with the exception of a couple of days. But the good thing about the Golf Club of Texas, you go out there and have fun either way. Golf Club of Texas, you know exactly where it is, right there off Briggs Ranch Road, off Highway 90. Whether it's for dinner at the Tin Cup or around with your buddies, your next tournament, go check them out. Best rates are always online at golfclubtexas.com. The Golf Club of Texas is the friendliest golf course in Texas.
Progressive knows there are two things RV owners love: to travel and relax. And they like to take both nice and slow. Just like this commercial. And what's more relaxing than the peace of mind knowing their RV is protected by Progressive? Now here comes the fast part. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
For a limited time, get a free K5 reverse osmosis drinking water station when you purchase a Connecticut water softener. Clean, great tasting water at your kitchen sink. Hurry before they're gone.
ConnecticutSA.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
It's finally Friday on the Morning Huddle, and we've got 2 championship football matches to preview. Rams, Seahawks, Broncos, Patriots. Will break it all down.
As we cave up during the cold weekend, we'll get you ready. Oh, by the way, the Spurs, did they take care of business against Utah? We're going to get there early. The party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Mornings 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star. It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
You've heard this song, have you, Minix? Come on. No? That's a popular one, man. You need to broaden your horizons, Minix. I think I got that lecture one day from Pledge. That's Parker McCollum. Come on. Is it? He's going to be in San Antonio on January the 31st.
What album is this off, Joe?
I don't know what album it is. What difference does that make?
Well, if I want to go find it, what's the name of that song?
Parker McCollum.
Handle on You.
There you go.
You could have played Randy Rogers right there, and he would have said that's Parker McCollum.
No, I would have known who Randy Rogers is.
Well, it depends.
I'm a big Randy Rogers fan. I like Randy.
Yeah.
Yeah, from San Marcos. I think he's from San Marcos, or he lives there now, one of the two.
Lives in New Braunfels.
Yeah, same thing.
Well.
New Braunfels, San Marcos, same thing.
All of the above.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, Parker McCollum's not going to be in San Marcos on January 31st. He's going to be inside the Frost Bank Center for your entertainment. Saturday, January 31st, and we've got your tickets. We're giving away all week on this show, and also the boys in the morning on the Morning Huddle are doing that as well. And we've got a pair of tickets that we can give away right now. And, of course, if you don't win today, you can keep listening. We appreciate that. Or you can go to livenation.com and purchase your tickets there. Parker McCollum, caller number what?
You said these are big-time tickets, right?
Yes.
Caller 15.
15. 656-3776, 656-ESPN. Caller 15, good luck. Parker McCullum tickets are yours.
And for the record, Randy Rogers is originally from Fort Worth.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Still Texas.
Well, he came south as soon as he could.
He could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he's a damn Yankee up in Fort Worth.
Manages Parker or does something with him.
I think he does. Yeah. No, Randy Rogers is great.
He is.
He's good. I like their song.
I remember when Randy Rogers was playing the front room at Green Hall and would show up at the radio station up there in New Braunfels early, just begging us to play his music.
Well, here he is now, and he's doing quite well.
Yeah, he's doing all right for himself.
Quite well. He's got some good music going on, that's for sure.
You know, and again, you think about, you know, Randy Rogers at that point was this rising star that was grinding and doing everything he could to work his way up. Parker McCullum doing the same now, and you could say the same for the new Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator.
You could say
they did not go out and get somebody that, you know, was a one-hit wonder and sold a lot of records and everybody knows their name.
So it's not Vanilla Ice?
That's where you go? You know, it's who's this guy that has been working his ass off. Everybody seems to love that you see him and you go, that dude, he's going to make it. And that's what they did today, the Cowboys making it official, hiring one Christian Parker, who comes from the Eagles. So they get a little bit weaker. And the Cowboys had to move fast today. So Ed Werder tweeted out that Packers head coach Matt LaFleur had Christian Parker on his staff for 2 years in Green Bay. Even interviewed him for the Packers defensive coordinator job in 2024 before they hired Jeff Hafley. Jeff Hafley just left. Christian Parker was also going to go interview in Green Bay. And I think that's one of the reasons why the Cowboys didn't let him out of the door. In a text to Ed Werder, he tweeted out, LaFleur told me that Parker is, quote, really bright guy, loves ball, and develops great relationships with his players.
Right, I believe that. Cooper DeJean, as soon as this was announced, sent out a tweet saying that this guy made him what he is today, and he's a pretty good football player. And the Eagles have a couple of pretty good corners that they rely on. So I think it's a great hire, and I'm glad they didn't wait, because the thing was they were in love with this Jim Leonhard from Denver. They can't talk to him until next week, and they didn't want to wait that long because coaching staffs are being filled. And I don't think the Cowboys panicked at all. They found a guy that they like, a guy that Brian Schottenheimer liked. Why wait? Why wait for another guy that may or may not want to come to your staff? You got the guy, hire him, get it done, and now you're all set.
And he gets a ton of credit for working with secondary guys. Now, you know, Cooper DeJean has talked about just how great of a player he is because of Christian Parker. And you think about, you know, Mitchell and DeJean, they're in Philadelphia. He was the Denver's DB coach from 21 to 23. That Pat Surtain guy's pretty damn good.
Yeah, he's not bad.
And he worked with Jair Alexander with Green Bay. You think about Deron Bland. No, I don't know if Christian Parker can fix Deron Bland's foot, but if the foot's good, can he make Deron Bland good again? And then Javon Ravel, what you saw from him as a rookie, what can he do with those guys? And I do wonder, if you hire a guy as your defensive coordinator who's got a history of working in great secondary, and that was an area that Jerry was focused on, we got to fix that.
Yes.
At 12 or 20, do you think that they might lean a little bit more towards a corner or a safety? I mean, you think about, you know, some of the guys that are going to be drafted. You know, you got the two dudes from LSU that are both coming out. The guy from Clemson is projected to be a first-round pick. I don't know that they'll take two defensive backs in the first round, but you look at Mel Kiper's mock draft from the other day. It was a defensive end and a linebacker. With this hire, should we shift our thinking as saying, well, maybe it's going to be a defensive back?
Well, I think one is going to be a defensive back. I really do. But what else helps the secondary? A good pass rush. So you get if you go 1-2, bang bang, defensive end and corner. I think you've done your job. And so I look for that. I've seen other mock drafts say they're going to take a linebacker at one of those. I don't think that would be a bad thing either. So, but what I like about Parker coming in is the fact that now he can get to work. and he can talk to Brian Schottenheimer, and they start talking and looking at the draft and saying, who do you like? Which one of these guys do you think is going to fit what you like to do best? And then you start putting that plan in place. And then maybe even talking to Jerry and Steven about possible free agent moves. I mean, who knows? But I'm just glad that they got it done. And I think this was a great move for the Cowboys. Instead of waiting around while other guys get hired, you make your deal. I just saw right now, Underdog is announcing that Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator with the Chargers, is going to do the same job with the Baltimore Ravens.
So he's now off the board. That's an interesting move.
It is, because I thought he was going to be a head coach somewhere. Everybody was talking about him being a head coach. Maybe he didn't interview well for some of those head coaching positions, but Jesse Minter now leaving the Chargers, going to the Ravens to do the same job.
Well, and then you look at, and like Jim Leonhard in Denver, a lot of reports surfaced last night that, he's the head coach of Baltimore.
Head coach, correct.
Jesse
my
Minter,
bad. Yes,
all right.
My bad. Yes, head coach. Okay, I stand corrected. Everybody,
yeah, all the alerts
wrong. Yeah.
I'm used to it. Randy Rogers.
Whatever.
But
Jesse Minter, the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens. Good for him.
Well, and the Commanders are set to interview Al Harris for their vacant D.C. job. So all the dominoes are starting to fall. And again, last night, Twitter rumor mill had Leonard, when Denver gets eliminated on Sunday, heading to New York with Harbaugh. So the fact, if he was the number one target for the Cowboys, as soon as they realized they were out, they moved quickly today. And as you start to see some of these dominoes fall, the idea that the Cowboys aren't waiting. The Cowboys are in the early part of, all right, we got our guy, let all the other chips fall where they may, because, Jesse Minter, now head coach of Baltimore, is going to go hire his staff. I find that interesting, too, because, the Brian Flores situation, he signs an extension with Minnesota with the caveat, if I get a head coaching job, I'm out, which I'm surprised Minnesota would do that, because they don't want to get left going, well, then who's going to be our DC, which tells me they've got somebody internally that could take that job if Brian Flores left. Or, all right, you got 2 or 3 days, and by then all these jobs are going to be filled. But the other part, too, now, Christian Parker gets to put together his staff. All the Cowboys' defensive coaches, not named Eberflus, still had work to do, and that includes Aaron Whitecotton. I don't know how serious of a candidate Whitecotton was to become the defensive coordinator. Does he stay? Do you think about what he's done with the defensive line? I imagine, Jerry probably got pretty excited thinking about, all right, Whitecotton, you got the front. And Christian Parker, you're going to take care of the secondary guys. But how well will those guys work together in that realm?
It doesn't matter, does it? I mean, Parker's the boss.
Again, you're right. It doesn't matter, but they want people that are going to work well together. Does Christian Parker come in with whatever his philosophy is, whatever his defensive rules are, all of that, and Aaron Whitecotton, are you going to be on board with that or not?
And if you're not, you're out.
Yeah, exactly, because they all now have to interview with CP. And again, it's Dallas. Do they? Jerry hires the coaching staff. I just love the fact, if this doesn't work out, cool. It's not the same-o. When you hire an unproven guy, as somebody I know who likes to say, we just don't know. But this is, you're doing something different from a Dallas Cowboy perspective, which is something that's, since this process started, all right, you're interviewing a lot of people, but are you actually going to just, when you circle around, go hire somebody that you know? Because that's what Jerry Jones seems to always do. This is the first time since 2014 that they're going to have a coordinator that didn't have previous head coaching experience.
And look, if you're a Cowboy fan, you should be happy about this, because it sounds like Jerry is realizing what he's been doing for the past 30 years ain't working. and you're trying something different, better late than never, and you're allowing a guy that you say you have a lot of faith in Brian Schottenheimer, to control part of this process and bring in the people he wants to bring in. And if I'm Brian Schottenheimer and my neck's on the line, because every head coach's neck is on the line, I want people that I trust, that I like, that I think can do the job.
And what you know is, while you don't know Christian Parker, and I'm going to assume that 98.8% of the people listening right now don't know who Christian Parker is. Maybe you heard his name, but you don't know him. If you saw him at H-E-B trying to buy toilet paper right now, you wouldn't know that was the new defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys. But you know who he's worked with since he's been a coach. That list includes Mike Elko, Vic Fangio, Mike Pettine, Vance Joseph. He's learned from some really, really, really successful defensive coaches.
I find it fascinating that what I love about, he's 34 years old. He's going to bring a lot of energy, a lot of new ideas. People like him. And I just find that fascinating that Jerry would go to that step. And I think somebody, whether it was Steven or his wife or his daughter or whatever, finally convinced him to say, look, let's try something different. We don't have to go out and get an established guy that has been doing this. Look at the brand new head coaches and the coaching staffs in the NFL right now. They're young, they're energetic, they bring new ideas, and I think somebody convinced him to go that way, and I'm happy about it. And I think Cowboy fans should be thrilled with this. Again, I don't know this guy either, other than what I'm reading about him today, and have been reading about him in the past. Don't know him from Adam, but he seems to be a guy that is up and coming and has some good ideas, and I can't wait to see him work and see what he does.
And with everything that you've read about him today, and I'm sure a lot of people have Googled, and a lot of people, all right, who is this guy? Because it is different. He doesn't come in with baggage. You're not already mad at him. You don't already think he sucks because of what happened to him at this job or that job. From what I can tell, the Cowboys, he doesn't need to rent or buy in Dallas. He needs to rent. In a couple of years, this dude is going to be gone and being a head coach somewhere. He's got that kind of rising stock, and that is what Jerry is buying right now. He didn't get somebody that has head coaching experience. He's hired somebody today that will be a head coach.
I don't think there's any question about it, especially if he can make a pretty quick difference in that Cowboys defense. I mean, think about it. If they go from 30th or 31st, whatever they were this year, to 15th next year, think about it. And he's going to get all the credit for that.
Well, and he should, because you go back to Jerry's obit on the season press conference, the secondary play is what pissed him off the most.
Yeah.
No surprise that he hired somebody that should be an expert at fixing a bad secondary.
Well, Deron Bland, his future and his health has got to be a thing that they're going to worry about. That's why I think they do go corner. They like Ravel. I think they're going to give him every opportunity there is. But go out and get another one and draft a guy that's got some talent. And just in case, as an insurance policy, if nothing else, for Bland, if he can't stay on the field and stay healthy, then you've got somebody in your back pocket.
And you just understand how the inner workings of the NFL world works. I find it somewhat comical that Jesse Minter leaves a Harbaugh to replace a Harbaugh.
Well, not only that, he was on John Harbaugh's staff for 4 years. Why would the Ravens do that?
Well, it's just somebody that knows where the break room is.
I guess so. But I'm like, it seems to me, I don't know, call me crazy, that you probably have a style very similar to John Harbaugh.
Well, again, style wasn't it. It's results. He knows where the break room is.
Well, he knows that. Man, maybe Lamar Jackson likes him better than John.
Well, the question that I have, anytime I see a defensive guy get hired as a head coach somewhere, when you know it's got to be somebody that's going to come in and work well with a very established quarterback, who's his OC hire going to be?
Cliff Kingsbury. I'm just throwing it out there. Cliff has not been hired anywhere. He's waiting for the right opportunity. Somebody's going to hire that dude as an OC. I think he's too talented not to. So we'll see where that goes. Interesting that the Chargers lose Minter, and but they gain McDaniel.
Yeah.
So I guess they're 1 for 1 over there. Who knows? College football. We all know that it's broken, even though it's been entertaining as hell. I just don't think it's sustainable. How do you fix it? Well, one guy came up with a pretty good idea. We'll tell you all about that when we continue here on The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
You know, if you're thinking about where you're going to go watch the Spurs game tonight, the championship games on Sunday, I know exactly where you need to be. That's the Rue Pub there at 281 and Redland Road, because there is no better place to go watch any big game, any big event. I think there's big UFC fight night coming up this weekend, although Jim Rome has no idea who's fighting. He just read names on a page. Go watch them over at the Rue Pub there with those 3 massive 170-inch screens, TVs all around, and go hungry. You know, the food at the Rue is fantastic. Love the fried shrimp over there. They got the biggest and best wings in town, about 15 different burgers on the menu. The hot dogs are incredible. I'm told the salads are great, the appetizers, and that kitchen is open late every day with the full menu available. So when you need a late-night meal, don't go to a drive-thru. Get into the Rue Pub at 281 and Redland Road. Happy hour weekdays from 11 to 6. Great for lunch, great for dinner, great for late at night, and the best place to watch a game. Just down from the big blind, right next to the Angry Elephant. The Rue Pub, 281 and Redland Road. We'll see you at the Rue.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Back here on the Blitz. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. I'm Joe Reinagle. He's Jason Minix. That's good music. I like that.
It's Parker McCollum.
Yeah.
Who is it, Joe?
I have no clue. Is that Kingdom Collapse?
No.
No, it sounds like him a little.
No.
No?
Not at all.
It doesn't sound like him?
Well, I mean,
kind
a
of
rock band.
Yeah. We all pigeonhole things.
Do we?
Rock bands.
Friend of show.
Yes. Kingdom Collapse.
And? Or?
Dude, I'm an old man. You're going to have to help me.
Nothing more?
Nothing more. That's it. I was right on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah. Well, remember the dude's name?
Oh, dude, what is this? A test? Holy
Valunga.
cow. My goodness. I remember the dude from Mini Kiss.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What was his name?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't remember. Mini Kiss.
Mini Gene?
Do you remember which mini it was?
No, I don't. The leader of the whole guy that started the thing.
But which
I
mini
remember
member
that.
of the band?
I don't know. I
Can you
couldn't even
name
tell
any-
you the names of the band, the original guys.
Gene Simmons.
Yeah, that guy. He's the guy with the tongue, right? Wasn't he the guy with the tongue?
I think they all do have a tongue.
Well, you know what I'm saying. It's kind of out of control tongue.
You jealous?
Maybe.
Wasn't he Mini Ace Frehley?
Could be.
Mini Ace.
Mini Ace. There you go. All right, good.
Art. Sorry, Art.
Love you, though. I'd love to see those guys in concert, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I would.
Put on a good show.
I'm sure they do. I'd like to see it.
It's like seeing a mini version of Kiss.
Well, so you need to let me know when they're coming around here in San Antonio.
So what am I, your personal concierge? For,
Yeah, when it comes to concerts, yeah, because for whatever reason, every band that's playing everywhere.
We do a segment in about an hour. It's called What's on Tap. Brought to you by Sam's Burger Joint.
Yeah.
For this very reason.
Okay. Well, there you go. Mini Kiss on there?
Not this week. I haven't read the list yet.
All right.
But like going to a show tomorrow with Rob would have invited you, but I know you're not going to be here.
Well, that's good. Wait, is it Mini Kiss?
It is not.
Oh, damn. What show is it?
Passing Strangers.
Oh, well, see, that's really good. They have picks?
No, Sam's Burger Joint.
Okay. Passing Strangers are great.
They are great.
They're really good.
Know their lead singer?
I don't know his name. No,
God.
I have no idea. He's good, though. Singing a lot of good 80s and 90s stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's good. Good stuff.
Kind of like listening to Bob FM 102.7.
I got to listen to that. I heard it was a requirement for employees.
We both got in trouble the other day.
That was our former general manager was saying that, but he's still roaming
he's
the halls.
retired, but still is walking around the halls. He's lost.
I just saw our present general manager walking the halls.
Oh, that's a rare sighting.
Yeah, it is a rare sighting.
Yeah.
That's what I said. So she was
busy.
Well, yeah, and she wasn't having a great day.
Oh,
I don't know why, but she was talking to Alex and Jasmine, so maybe that's why.
That's understandable.
Who knows? Who knows?
They call her Puffy.
Not today.
Not anymore. Big boss now.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding.
College football is broken. We all know that.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has some sort of idea on how to fix it. Josh Pate, and Josh Pate's been around for a while. A lot of great college football content. And in this season, he spent a lot of time on Get Up with Mike Greeny, and I think that has really elevated his status for a lot of people that just don't eat, drink, sleep college football. Josh Pate yesterday put out a deal on his show about how to fix college football, crown a national champion on January 1st, saving bowl season at the same time. Now, I like a lot of what Josh said, although some of it seems unrealistic on how he can get this done. But it's one of the better ideas out there. Now, here's a guy that wants to be, and again, it's radio shtick, although I think he would take the job, commissioner of college football. But what Josh is suggesting is moving the start of the season to what we now call week 0. And conference champion games would be Thanksgiving weekend, okay? So instead of that first Saturday, everything's moving up a week. Now, these are based off the current playoff format. We all know it's going to expand. The deadline for that is tomorrow.
Yes.
And they're hung up on 16 or 24 teams.
That's one of the things that they're hung up on. And one of the conferences wants 24 teams a format. The SEC wants that, apparently, and the Big Ten wants 16.
So, and 16 seems like a realistic number. But with what we have now, and I think even with 16, this could work. Now, again, there's some holes in this that I have. But Thanksgiving weekend, you're playing your conference championship games. And then you take 6 bowl games. Pick your 6. He said it doesn't matter. I would like to include the Alamo Bowl in this. But all of those bowl matchups for those 6 bowls, which obviously would elevate their status because they count for the playoffs in the data points and all that kind of stuff. So you've got 6 bowl games that matter because the winner now has a real shot at getting into the playoffs. You've got your conference championship games. Here's one of the things I find wrong with Josh Pate's scenario. The NFL owns Thanksgiving. They play Black Friday. And how am I going to watch 10 games over a Thanksgiving weekend plus the NFL games, right?
Well, look, in the scenario as it sits right now with 12 teams, I think his formula would work. But it's going to expand. If it doesn't expand this year, it's going to expand at some point in time. And then you got to figure out, how far do you want to go? And look, college football, as good as they're not into competing with the NFL. They're not, and they shouldn't be. Well, it's just not a smart business formula to do that.
Now, Josh Pate has a very bold idea on how to work with the NFL. 1, don't be afraid of the NFL, and 2, offer to pay them to not play those games. Which, again, I don't know how much money would be at stake because you got all your TV networks. And again, I love the concept.
Yes.
It just needs some tweaking because after that first Saturday in December is first round of the playoffs on campus. The next Saturday, second round of the playoffs on campus. Now, for me, you better figure out how to protect that afternoon window for the Army-Navy game on that second Saturday, playing around those. The following Saturday, because you have to, he said he doesn't want to, but you have to go neutral site, and then you're playing the national championship game on January 1st, and then, of course, the portal opens on January 2nd.
I'm all for that. I really am. And I love the fact that you've got teams playing for a right to get into the playoff field. I love that. And we talked about that before this playoffs began this year. And I love the earn your way in. Earn your way in. Look, I'm all for giving up conference championship games. I'll be honest with you because, who needs them with the playoffs now?
Except they make money.
Well,
and as long as they make money, they're going to be a part of the equation.
But I think if you're a playoff game instead of that, then I think it matters. Look, the SEC championship game. If you're going to have them matter, Alabama should have never been anywhere near the playoff field. But you can't punish them for that. And it's just unfair because some conferences have playoff or championship games and, well, others maybe not. Notre Dame. It's just.
Well, they're not in a conference.
Well, exactly, which is dumb. And if you're not in a conference, you shouldn't be able to get into the playoff. How about that? And you shouldn't be guaranteed that you're going to get in if you finish in the top 12. It's ridiculous. So I digress. It's
Focus, grasshopper.
It's all unfair So you got to make it fair. Do away with the conference championship games and have the playoffs begin early. Because, look, if it goes to a 24-team field, my goodness. I mean, you're going to have to start this thing early or start the college football season 2 weeks earlier than it does now.
You know, and again, part of the goal, I think, for most people is to have college football over on New Year's Day. I mean, Indiana and Miami in a great national championship game, there was such a break between the games, it got lost. And of course, you get the NFL taking over. I know they try to do a Radio Row for the college football national championship game. It doesn't work. Nobody is going for a couple of reasons. One, no radio station is going to pay for their guys to go somewhere for a weekend where they're not doing shows.
Right.
And then of course the game is on Monday, but most talk shows are going to be focusing on the National Football League. And I would say even if Indianapolis had the Colts in the playoffs this weekend, the Colts would have been the priority for show content over Indiana playing in a championship game. Miami, it'd be interesting to see how they were figuring out their content on their shows. But college football is secondary to the NFL in most places. That's why the Radio Row, I remember when they played it in Houston, they're like, you guys want to come down? I was like, Radio Row's open Friday afternoon through Monday afternoon.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, bosses aren't going to pay for that.
No, they're not.
And so it doesn't work playing on a Monday. Could they play it on a Friday? Well, the host cities want everybody in town for the weekend. So, but also you look at finishing before the portal opens because of the spring semester. Now, when Carson Beck said he hadn't been to class in 2 years, does school really matter?
No.
But these guys, unless you move the portal window to May, and you only have one in May, although I've heard coaches not like that because they want to go through spring ball with guys that are going to be there when the season kicks off.
Well, getting it right is that's the thing. Nobody, Jeff Traylor, when he's been on this show, he hates the way it is right now.
Yep.
I mean, it's terrible. And the fact that you've got an open portal right in the middle of the playoffs it's ludicrous. It's just ridiculous. And that kind of screws up the whole thing. I think if they need to settle on what the playoff is. And they're letting the SEC and the Big Ten drive this thing. Tim Pernetti's even quoted in this article that I'm reading on ESPN. The American Conference Commissioner said, and he basically says that, hey, it's up to them. They're the ones that have to decide and agree. And right now they can't do that. Moving it to 24, the way I read this, the conference championship games will be over. They'd be done, and they would no longer exist. If you move it to 16, then there's room for them to still be viable in there. So ESPN has imposed this deadline for tomorrow. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. So it looks like as we stand right now, the way I'm reading this is we'll have a 12-team playoff again next year.
And again, unless they come to a quick agreement, but it's an imposed agreement because of marketing and contracts and trying to figure out who's going to go where on TV as all these schedules are getting announced. So it'll be interesting to see how that part plays out. And you almost wonder, are we going to get to 18 games in college before we get to 18 games in the NFL if you're making it all the way to the national championship game? And for the power conferences, this makes a lot of sense. Being partial to UTSA, I still want the group of type playoff, even though the bigger money is, if you get that, if you could be Tulane and get in, or North Texas this year, that's great. But do you really have a chance to go win a national championship? I say that as Indiana just won, and nobody thought they would ever win a national championship. But a place like UTSA is not likely to get a donor like Indiana's gotten to be able to go buy a championship. And I do think the more money that's allowed until there's some sort of salary cap, the group of schools like a UTSA are going to continue to just get hurt because places like Texas or Texas Tech or Texas A&M or Indiana or Miami could just write big old checks and buy their rosters, buying the players away from, say, UTSA, for example.
Exactly. It's how do you separate the two? And I know Tim Pernetti, the commissioner of the American, got really upset when we asked him the question about, does Tulane have a chance? Is anybody in the American have a chance? And of course they do. Well, they don't. And it's not a knock on the American.
No, but
it's just the way that it is.
He took that as we were calling his baby ugly.
Well, I get that, but he should know his baby's ugly. I mean, he's looking at the baby too, and he knows it's ugly. I'm just saying, it is what it is. So I love your idea of separating the two and having a separate playoff. You know, they do that in Division III or II or whatever it is, and it's very successful.
Yep.
Very successful.
And people would watch. And while the money wouldn't be the same, it would still be more than what you're getting by not getting it. And you look at the crazy money. Numbers are getting reported. Kind of crazy to think that the Texas Longhorns right now have reported an operating loss of $23 million for 2025. Now, granted, they have not yet received their full share of the SEC revenue, so that will balance out. That wasn't unexpected. On the flip side, the Colorado Buffaloes made $161.7 million, a record for their athletic department revenue.
Holy cow.
Well, they didn't have to pay Shador.
Maybe that's it. And they sucked. So, wow, that surprises me.
It just tells me they got their share of the TV money, and but I mean their ticket sales, everything sponsored, however much money they've been able to generate revenue-wise, and let's face it, Colorado sucked this year. You know, they had Shador, retired his number. They had Travis Hunter. Colorado fans saw a little bit of success. Then they saw the crap they saw this year, and it kind of feels like, all right, well, we don't want this again. And Dion's out probably raising a lot of money like, dude, if we're going to be successful, I need you to write a check. Put the joint down and pick up a pen.
That's interesting. Those numbers surprise the hell out of me. I hadn't seen that. But, man, that's surprising me. Not the fact that Texas is reporting a loss. I think a lot of these schools are going to report, and if they break even, I think they're going to be happy about that. But who's making money anymore? And that's part of the problem. That's why I think it's unsustainable. It just is. And Mark Cuban may have all the money in the world. How long is he going to continue to write checks to Indiana if they happen to slip back and they're not a national power next year? Will he keep writing those checks? I don't know. And I think that comes with every donor that there is at any school. So it's a tough thing to sell, in my opinion. And, again, before they try to work out this whole playoff thing, maybe they ought to fix college football itself. That would be a nice thing to do. By the way, we do have a poll up on our San Antonio Sports Star YouTube page. Who's going to win the NFL MVP? Right now, Matthew Stafford is running away with it, 67%, followed by Drake May at 20%, Josh Allen at 9%, and Christian McCaffrey at 3%. If you haven't voted, go to our San Antonio Sports Star YouTube page. Like, subscribe, and vote. Do all of that. A lot of football news taking place. There's some Spurs news as well. The General John McClain going to join us in the next hour as well. Talk about the Houston Texans and C.J. Stroud and what he thinks they ought to do with that young man. We'll do all of it when we continue here on The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
From the San Antonio Sports Star Studios, sponsored by George Salinas Injury Lawyers. This is KTFM Floresville.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
If you get arrested, get out of jail fast by calling AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text BAIL to 474747 or online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else. Don't be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you one, make sure you understand the conditions before accepting it. AA Best Bail Bonds. Nobody beats their price. They have payment plans. Call 210-225-2121 or mybestbailbonds.com.
License number 149. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If your dog goes wild at the doorbell, it's time for a new game plan. Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuits is coaching up new pups and current MVPs with professional training sessions. Call them today at 210-750-1298. That's 210-750-1298. Call them today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, some coaching vacancies got filled today. We'll start with the Dallas Cowboys. They've agreed to a deal to make Eagles passing game coordinator and defensive backs coach Christian Parker the team's next defensive coordinator. Kid's only 34 years old. He spent the last 2 years under Vic Fangio in Philadelphia. And for the first time since 2008, the Baltimore Ravens have a new head coach. Team announced today it's agreed to a deal with LA Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
On a Thursday. Man, oh man, what a Thursday it has been. It's been a great week. A lot of breaking news, a lot of things getting done in the NFL. Spurs in action also. And if you're getting off work right now, congrats. Your Thursday's over. You're rolling right into Friday. So you have made it. You have made it. This is the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. I'm Joe Reinagel. He's Jason Minix. And we got about another hour or so before we make it into that Friday.
You almost, and you go home and get all your toilet paper. I saw on our YouTube page, Alexandra said plenty of toilet paper at Sam's.
Well, that's good to know, Alexandra.
Don't know which Sam's. But again, cold weather's coming this week. Got to get your paper.
Got it. Oh, my gosh. We could be in the house for weeks.
Or hours.
Yeah.
Hours.
Uh-huh. I love people, and I guess maybe I'm.
Do you?
Well, maybe I'm on the wrong side of this. But I don't panic over stuff like this. It's like with the whole COVID thing coming out. And I know we should have, and it was all, but I couldn't get myself to panic about it. And I don't know. And again, maybe it's me, and I'm just on the outside looking in at everybody else.
During the freeze, when everything got shut down for days, you never lost power.
Never did.
You never were without heat.
Nope.
And you had plenty of paper in the house.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever been a part of anything that would lead to any kind of PTSD moment? The answer is no. You live in a bubble.
Well, probably not. I mean, I've been in a couple of earthquakes, but they didn't last that long, and it didn't really scare me that much.
And one you didn't even know, but but again though, like James Pledger during the freeze was without power for 5 days.
Well, he's young.
And then he ran out of food and ran out of TP and ran out of everything. And if you lived through that, I can understand you going, well, we can't have this happen again. And that is why there is the rush on toilet paper.
Instead of, I don't know, like the necessities like water and food.
Well, again, I think you're thinking of all right, Saturday, this isn't going to last long, but the byproduct of the freeze the last time is even when things were fine, the supply chain was so backed up, stores weren't getting stuff that they needed. I think that's why people go out and they buy and they hoard. Because, while this might only be a 24, 48-hour deal, does it back up the trucks making their deliveries to H-E-B or Sam's or Costco or whatever by 3 or 4 days?
I wouldn't know the answer to that.
Well, I mean, but I think that's why the panic. If you were stuck somewhere and without, that's why you see the hoarding now.
Okay.
And it's
fair
not,
enough.
It's not just here. You see this happening, big snowstorm in wherever, and that affects the supply chain. And you go, wow, going to H-E-B, there's nothing in there. Why? Because the trucks can't get through. See, but you have never dealt with that, so you don't have any PTSD kind of moment.
Well, just because my electricity didn't go out, I mean, I'm still subject to the supply chain of the last snowstorm.
But your wife had you well stocked, so you
apparently
did not suffer.
Well, we didn't go and stock up on toilet paper. In fact, if I recall, we went and there wasn't any. I mean, because everybody had bought it, and then there were signs on there, only to limit to or whatever. Yeah. So
what could be relatable to Joe? All right, you're getting on a plane and you're going to Vegas. And they say, you know what? We didn't order beer for this flight. No alcohol at all.
Well, that would piss me off. I think I'd be okay. I mean, it's a 3-hour flight. I think I can make it 3 hours.
But you'd be grumpy as hell.
I might
be. You'd be bitching about it for years. Man, that one time I went to Vegas. And
yes.
I still hear about the time when we were flying back, a game was on and the internet was out and all you could do was play solitaire.
Dude, I was pissed. See, I'm more pissed about that than no alcohol. I promise you. Much more pissed about that because I had money on that game.
I think you triggered his PTSD.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
I can find it in there somewhere.
But, I mean, that's kind of minor compared to, I guess, what people that
what
go
would you do if you walked into H-E-B
paper.
And they didn't have your hairspray?
Well, I got plenty. See, I keep that. I keep plenty there.
So you hoard that. you stock up and make sure you've got, years supplies of hairspray.
But
that's never going to run out.
But see, that's not something that you're going to go to H-E-B or wherever you get it from and see an empty shelf. And if you do, I mean, you can make do with a Aquanet or something else.
When was the last time a foreign hairspray hit your head?
Well, it's been a while, but there hasn't been a hairspray shortage to my knowledge.
Well, no, but man. Not that this would ever happen to you. You get down, you're like, man, I'm out of hairspray. I need to go to the store. And you can't get to the store. You would panic. You would panic.
Mm-hmm. I might. Or I might just have to go, just let it flow.
He'd throw on a cap.
He would throw. He would have thrown on a cap. I don't know what the word is for your hair not having the proper spray in it, but it'd be Joe without that hairspray would be going all commando, and he would not do that.
I would do that.
You would not do that.
Yeah, I went somewhere Saturday with a hair out of place, and even though I felt a little self-conscious,
hair out of place.
It was uncomfortable.
A hair out of place.
All right, here's a good thing on Twitter. The question on Twitter from a Twitter person says, outside of water, eggs, milk, bread, and toilet paper, what are you stocking up for the freeze?
Beer. That's the easiest one.
I'm wondering why you're stocking up anything for the freeze. It's going to last about 8 hours. That's going to be cold, but I think people can handle that.
I mean, I don't think in Snowvib we expected to not be able to go anywhere, do anything, or get anything.
I'd have to go back and see what the weather forecasters were saying about that. But I think you're right. I don't think anybody thought it was going to be that bad.
Well, it's the power grid going out that screwed up everything.
Well,
you can't blame Bill Taylor for that.
That's Greg Abbott and those and what's his name, the vice governor,
Dan Patrick.
Yeah, that dude.
I mean, he couldn't ask Ted Cruz. He left town.
Well, exactly. Yeah, maybe Ted Cruz is a little smarter than the rest of us.
I was stuck in Florida.
Exactly. You left town, too. You and Ted partying down in Florida?
Well, he was in Mexico.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, we had that planned. That was the crazy thing. And then we couldn't get back.
That sucks for you.
No, hotel ran out of champagne.
Did they really?
They did.
How do you run out of champagne?
Because they couldn't get any supply in. Everybody at that hotel was stuck. Nobody could get back to wherever they were going because at that point the whole country was basically shut down.
Wow.
And, the early part of the week, prices were somewhat normal. It was an expensive extended stay because then that Friday, now we were able to get out on Thursday. That Friday, the hotel we were at, the Marriott there in Hollywood Beach, everybody had to leave. And then we were like, all right, I got a Spring Hill suite in Miami Gardens for like $400 a night or something.
Now, see, that should be
yeah.
Politicians do anything now to take care of that.
Yeah.
People just jack up the price because they know you're desperate. Do something useful like that. Legalize gambling, Dan Patrick, but do something useful in the meantime and, take care of people that gouge you when there's an emergency.
I'd rather get gouged than have legal gambling, man. Get your priorities straight.
That's exactly right. But,
Yeah.
Take care of that. Legalize gambling first, and then, people can go to a hotel for a reasonable price to beat their wife.
What?
Isn't that what they said that gambling causes?
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
I was trying to figure out your 2 + 2 there.
Work with me, Minix. Work with me, will you,
Trust
please?
me, I try.
Goodness gracious.
I try.
Song you dong.
What, Jim Rome? Well, what is Jim Rome piping in now?
Song you dong.
Sounds like a personal problem to me.
That commercial cracks me up.
yeah.
I don't know who any of these UFC fighters are either.
But Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking.
Hey, Jim, where are you going to dinner tonight? Song Yadong.
I know Sugar O'Malley. Shane Sugar O'Malley's the one with the multicolor hair.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's just kind of like, here, Jim, read this before you go home.
Oh, my gosh. I heard that for the first time earlier, and I just started laughing.
Song Yadong.
Well, is that a competitor to that spot called A-Dong over off of Days of Olive?
There is.
Yeah.
Have you been there?
No.
You ever had A-Dong?
I never have. No.
Song Yadong.
Nor I've ever had a Song Yadong either. Holy cow, man.
And boom goes the dynamite.
The general.
Is that with mustard?
John McClain.
Song Yadong.
I wonder if he's ever been to Son Yadong. We'll ask him when he joins us next here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. First, though, let's talk about something that really matters. Soft water. Love it. You don't want the hard water we have here in San Antonio, and the best product for that is a Connecticut quality water softener. It's the most popular water softener on the market. They've been serving San Antonio for over 50 years. All their products made right here in the good old U.S. of A. And let me tell you, all of that is fantastic and doesn't run on electricity. That's fantastic. But what I notice when I get out of the shower, I feel fantastic and clean. My dishes out of the dishwasher, clean, sparkling. Clothes out of the washing machine, sparkling clean. That's what I like about it, the results that I get with all of those appliances that I just talked about. And you know that you're protecting those appliances for the long haul when you've got a Connecticut quality water softener. It is the absolute best in the business. Now, look, they are still having this special where you buy a Connecticut quality water softener, they're going to give you a free reverse osmosis drinking station that they're going to install right there at your kitchen sink. The beauty of that is it's like having bottled water right there at your kitchen sink. You will never have to buy bottled water ever again, and you'll have it right there at your kitchen sink. It is fantastic, and it tastes good. It is really good. Plus, they're going to give you free money. 0% interest for 12 months. That's an incredible deal. Don't wait any longer. Treat yourself, treat your family, and protect your house. 656 Pure is the number, 656-7873, or you can get them at ConnecticutSA.com. And you know the jingle. Sing it with me. It's the last water softener you'll ever own. Call 656 Pure Connecticut.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Unsure where to start? Sounds like you may be suffering from FOMO, the fear of messing up. The cure? Filing your federal and state taxes for free using TurboTax on Credit Karma. All you have to do is start and finish filing on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Just keep in mind, this offer is available only if you didn't file with TurboTax last year. It's time to break free from your fear of messing up. Start filing for free today in the Credit Karma app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is Andrew Monaco, and you're listening to the home of the Aggies, 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Back here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. I'm Joe Reinigle. He is Jason Minix. And the Houston Texans, they died a slow death in New England on Sunday.
John McClain joining us now to talk about it on the Buyers Barricades guest line. And, you know, the million-dollar question this offseason is how much did that performance and really 2 playoff games cost C.J. Stroud?
Well, it cost him now. I'm guessing they're not going to give him an extension. They don't have to. He's played 3 years. He'll pick up his 5th-year option. And I would imagine this is what happened to Lamar Jackson. They'll wait till after his 4th year. Maybe if he's playing really well next year, if they get him a running back, if they get him 2 or 3 more linemen, and all of a sudden they can run the ball and they can protect him better. And they had done a good job of protecting him, but not in that game. You know, he didn't lose a fumble all season. He fumbled 5 times and lost 2 at Pittsburgh. He had the 4 interceptions in the first half. 3 were his fault. And I don't want to hear about injuries to any teammates, because injuries have nothing to do with dumb decisions, panic decisions. And he made panic decisions in the playoffs that he did not make in regular season. But if he'd have played really well and they'd lost like he did at Kansas City last year, and that's the thing, you know, people are like, how could that happen? That was his 6th playoff game in 3 years. And even when they'd been beaten badly, like in Baltimore his rookie year, he didn't play bad. Last year against the Chiefs, he played well in terrible weather. And this one, nobody saw it. And it's like D'Amico Ryans told him, do not turn on your phone. Do not look at social media, because he's getting killed locally like never have I seen. He always had defenders in the past, and now everybody's turned on him. Not that they need a new quarterback, which they're not going to get. They're not going to draft one. They're not going to sign one. They got Davis Mills as the backup. I thought Mills should have played at halftime. To me, I knew D'Amico Ryans would not pinch him. Being a former player, knowing what that would do to him, I know he felt for him. But they were within 5 points early in the 4th quarter, and they still blew it. But if I were Stroud, I'd leave the country for going a 3-month vacation overseas.
Well, John, I can only imagine what's being said there in Houston about C.J. Stroud. And you're right. And I think, look, the quarterbacks throw interceptions all the time. You fumble the football. Drake May did that. He fumbled the football, 4 times, lost 2 of them in that game. But when you play well and don't make the mistakes that you were talking about, that 1 interception for the pick 6, I don't know what the hell he was thinking. And those kind of mistakes just leave you kind of scratching your head, because, I mean, you know this kid's got the talent, but when you panic like that in those situations, that to me, that's a red flag.
You hope, because he's never done it before, he'll never do it again. And no matter what they say in the off season about they believe in him, they're confident he'll bounce back, until he plays regular season, nobody's going to breathe a sigh of relief. And even if he does play well in the regular season, until he comes back in the playoffs next season, if they make it, and they should, then he would have to play well in the playoffs. So we're not going to know for almost a year if he's gotten over it, because there was nothing in regular season to indicate he was capable of this. And I'll tell you this, I went back and watched all of his bad passes. First pass, he's throwing it in dirt, throwing it behind players. It's almost like he was afraid to get hit. And I thought the game plan was terrible. When you're playing in snow, in a place that's traditionally been hard for you to compete in the playoffs, at Gillette Stadium. You don't have your guy throw 50 times counting 3 sacks. You don't have him back waiting for players to break free down the field, especially when your best receiver and your tight end, your leading receiver, are out. You throw short passes. If you can't run and you get stuffed, anything but turning it over. You got the best defense in the NFL, one of the best in history. You got great special teams with a kicker. Kaimi Fairbairn kicked a 51-yarder in the snow like he was Adam Vinatieri. So anything but turnovers, 3 and outs, no problem. Punt it deep. Let Drake May make the mistakes, which he did. 5 sacks between Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter. Anderson was incredible, and he deserves an extension, and he's going to get it because he was picked 1 spot behind Stroud. I'm interested. We all think he's not going to get it, but if they believe from what they know about him behind the scenes, which we don't know, and they watch tape and all that, if they believe it, but it'd be easier on the salary cap if they waited another year on his. You extend both of them at the same time, it's going to eat up more of your cap. But that game plan of throwing the ball down the field, because they don't know how to run a screen pass, which is perfect in those conditions. And their offense was a terrible game plan. Their run was totally shut down. And Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, had no answers. And because Stroud was so bad, Caley gets off the hook, but he shouldn't be.
John McClain getting it off his chest here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. 2-part question here, because I thought it was interesting during Nick Caserio's press conference the other day that he actually threw C.J. Stroud under the bus when the Houston Chronicle reporter questioned the roster building when he said, dude, that roster was fine. You can't turn the ball over if the guys don't execute, because it's not my fault. Blame C.J. It's all true. I'm surprised Nick Caserio said it. I was also surprised to hear him say that Nick Caley would be back next year.
Well, I'm glad that he said it, because all that pablum that they give us and act like he didn't, everybody knows. And I was glad that he pointed out. He said great things about Stroud, but he said he knows he didn't play well, and he didn't. So I didn't have a problem. I actually thought it was one of the best things he's ever said, because he was honest. And that's what the fan base wanted to see. And, of course, we all knew it. I thought it was interesting what he said about Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon will not be back on this team. And there's all kind of things out about him on the internet. Accidentally shot himself in the foot with a pistol. All these things. And Nick goes, well, it wasn't anything off the field. And everybody just took him at face value. And you want to think, well, okay, how did he get hurt? Why was he on non-football injury? You paid him, because if they didn't pay him, his agent would have filed a grievance. But what happened? Why have y'all been hiding it so much? And kind of put him on the spot. But they need a running back before anything. They've got to get a legitimate starting running back. They had Mixon for 1 year, and he did really well as a runner and receiver. But the best running back they've ever had, Arian Foster, was an undrafted free agent. The running game has to be better. And this thing about any more Patriot players come through here, we ought to stop them at the city limits. They need a new center. They need a new right tackle to replace 2 former Patriots that Caserio's brought in. Let Titus Howard stay at left guard. And if they keep it, I forget the right guard's name, they keep him, they need butt kickers in the middle. I tell people, they need guys, when they hit you firing off the ball on running plays, you're blowing snot bubbles when you hit the ground. They don't have guys like that. They've got to get better at run blocking and pass protecting, and it's not that they haven't tried. Caserio has done a terrible job overall drafting offensive linemen.
Wow, well, that's interesting. John, I mean, obviously those are the needs. How do the Texans get that done? Are they positioned with money that they can spend in free agency? Are they going to have to do that in the draft?
Well, first of all, they're about $13 million over the cap. They have several guys that need extensions, which they can lower the cap. That's not going to be an issue. They get these guys these fill-ins. Last year, they get Jake Andrews, who was a fourth-round pick at New England, cut, didn't do squat there. They put him at center at the start of the off-season program. They take a guard who's 33 years old, Laken Tomlinson, sign him as a cheap free agent, put him at left guard, starts immediately, then gets cut halfway through the season. They put Cam Robinson, a veteran free agent, at left tackle. He starts the first game. They trade him to Cleveland. So they make all kind of mistakes with the line, and that's what happens when you keep bringing in new guys. Ariante Ursary, the second-round pick at left tackle, he's going to be good. But they got the right tackle. Okay, they drafted my mind's gone blank. The A&M offensive tackle 3 years ago, the left tackle, who was the biggest bust in franchise history. Kenyon Green, biggest bust in franchise history, first round. Juice Scruggs, second round, wasn't active down the stretch and in the playoffs. Blake Fisher, who could have started backup right tackle, no. They moved Titus Howard to right tackle and put in a new left guard. Fisher, so far he's been a bust. So Green, Scruggs, huge bust. Fisher, so far, only starts when they bring in, if they begin the game with an extra offensive lineman. And for every Ursary, there's two that didn't work.
John McClain joining us here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Of all the devastating playoff losses in Houston football history, especially knowing Bo Nix out, go to Denver and then San Francisco. In this, I'm asking you as the Houston historian, this can't top the Buffalo game, I don't think, but where does this rank as far as the what-ifing that will happen for Houston sports fans?
Well, first of all, this can't top Buffalo wild card loss after the 92 season or losing to Kansas City and Joe Montana's last year in 93 when the Oilers might have been the best team in the league, had the best defense. Buddy Ryan, 11 quarterbacks were knocked out, 11 starting quarterbacks, biggest crowd in Astrodome history. They had a 10-point lead 3 years in a row in Denver and Buffalo, and then home against the Chiefs. Blew a fourth quarter lead and lost in the playoffs. And this one, it wasn't so much that they lost to New England where they were 0-3 in the playoffs. It's that Stroud played so terrible. Defense played well enough to win. Special teams well enough to win. And then Denver beat them by 18-15 here on a field goal with no time left with Bo Nix. I would love to see them get another shot at the Broncos and Nix. Now, Jarrett Stidham might play really well. He's had a couple good games in his career. Sean Payton is a great quarterback coach. And, everybody will be so fired up to get behind Stidham. And so I'm picking the Broncos to win.
Whoa.
Although I hope it's New England that wins because I like Mike Vrabel.
All right, John, I'm going to let that go real quick. I want to know who your MVP is. They came out today with the list: Stafford, Drake May, Josh Allen, McCaffrey, and Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, Matthew Stafford should win that going away. He plays in the toughest division in the NFL, and you can't get by the Patriots playing the easiest schedule in 25 years. And even though Drake May played really well, Matthew Stafford played better.
All right, how about Coach of the Year? Who you got?
Coach of the Year, I want the vote is done right after regular season. Playoffs did not matter. Liam Cohen did a great job at Jacksonville. Vrabel did a great job. Mike McDonald, great job in Seattle. Kyle Shanahan did a fantastic job. Ben Johnson did a great job. I'm going with Vrabel just because I thought it would be another year before they were even competitive.
Interesting.
Comeback player of the year?
Oh, gosh, I saw Dak Prescott in there. A lot of guys, Aiden Hutchinson in there. Neither one of those guys made the playoffs. For some reason, there's no criteria for that. To me, it should be somebody that's been out, somebody that's just been down. And so why not Dak?
There you go. He's got to win something.
Ends on a good note.
He's got to win at something. The great John McClain. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at McClain_on_NFL. You did pick the AFC Championship game. Who you taking in the NFC Championship game, John, before we let you go?
I'm taking Seattle because I'm partial. I want Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator of the Seahawks, Gary's oldest son, to get a chance to go to the Super Bowl and be the second member of the family to have a Super Bowl ring.
Awesome. John, enjoy your football weekend. Stay warm down there.
Yeah, you guys too. Thank you very much.
The great John McClain on the Buyers Barricades guest line, where they provide traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond, online at buyersbarricades.com.
Great John McClain. I love that. And he did vent a little bit.
Yeah,
and I think most Texan fans have to vent a little bit.
All right. Let me ask, and Pledge, to me, that's the worst loss in Houston Texans history.
No.
Houston,
that Buffalo.
Houston Texans.
Oh, Texans. Okay.
Because I was trying to figure out, prisoner of the moment. That can't be worse than the Buffalo game.
No,
I forgot about the Kansas City game.
Yeah. Well, Buffalo game was a disaster.
And
35-7 they were ahead.
I mean, in Houston sports history, you still got Brad Lidge, Albert Pujols, Mike Scott in '85.
The closest sweep in World
the White
Series
Sox
history.
series. Man, it sucks to be Houston.
It really does.
Fan of Houston sports.
Houston sucks.
They do.
It does.
You guys all love misery.
It sucks.
That's why you jump ship to go to the Tennessee Titans.
They forced me to do that. Forced me to do that. It's all right.
You could have become a fan free agent.
Well, and look, and I tell everybody all the time, and you know this as well as anybody. I know you like to give me a hard time, but that's fine. I cover the Dallas Cowboys closer than any other team in any sport, for goodness sake. So I know that team more so, and it would actually be kind of nice to see them actually win.
It would be.
It would be. I don't know if I'll still be alive when that happens, but you never know.
That was a bad Jimmy Johnson.
Well, I tried. It was on the cuff.
On the what?
It was on the cuff. It's just like I wasn't planning on that.
In the phrase off the cuff?
Whatever, dude. Okay? Doesn't matter. Yeah, and Miguel Martinez and Sean Payton, he sucks. I hope New England wins by 30. That's what I hope. We'll see what happens. Well, we're going to put our money where our mouths are, though. Prime picks. We're going to do that when we return here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson.
It's finally Friday on the Morning Huddle, and we've got two championship football matches to preview. Rams, Seahawks, Broncos, Patriots. We'll break it all down.
As we cave up during the cold weekend, we'll get you ready. Oh, by the way, the Spurs, did they take care of business against Utah? We're going to get there early. The party starts at 6.
It's the Morning Huddle with A.J. Hoffman and Rob Thompson. Morning 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
The John Clay Wolf Show. Here's what's going on in the Wolf Pack.
Sean, 93 Toyota 4Runner, 130,000 miles, new engines and transmission. What'd you spend on the engine and training?
$6,500.
Yeah. So at some point, you need to throw the towel in and let her go on to the graveyard. When you blew the tranny, I didn't mean it like that, like your transmission failed. I didn't mean like you blew a tranny.
I got the tranny.
I'm trying to say it right. Transmission.
The John Clay Wolf Show.
Listen to the John Clay Wolf Show, Saturday morning at 8 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax free edition only. Roughly 37% of filings qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax free edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
If your dog goes wild at the doorbell, it's time for a new game plan. Bluebonnet Bunkin' Biscuits is coaching up new pups and current MVPs with professional training sessions. Call them today at 210-750-1298. That's 210-750-1298. Call them today.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus comes out swinging. Highlight machine Justin Gaethje collides with Paddy the Baddy Pimblett in a must-see high-octane main event. Plus, Sean Sugar O'Malley faces off against Song Yadong in a stand-up war filled with high-level striking. Pay-per-view just got knocked out. Stream UFC 324 live on January 24th, only on Paramount Plus. Visit ParamountPlus.com/UFC to get started.
Hello, this is Jason Thompson, and as you know, I've been practicing law here in San Antonio for more than 30 years, helping people and families injured in traffic collisions. So I'm often asked, what is the worst thing you can do after a traffic collision? And the answer is easy. That's trying to handle it on your own without an attorney. Insurance companies have spent billions perfecting their strategy of paying nothing or as little as they can get away with. It wouldn't be David versus Goliath. It would be David versus a million Goliaths. You have no chance. Using AI for help is even worse because AI routinely gives dangerously inaccurate legal advice. It is laughably bad on the law. So bad that a lawyer filing a document drafted by AI will likely be disbarred in Texas. Keep it simple. Just call me. My name is Jason Thompson. I'll give you a free review of your case with no obligation to hire me. My number is 210-900-0400. That's 210-900-0400 or my website, alawyerforus.com. That's alawyerforus.com.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Well, it's going to be a fun weekend, or a fun Sunday for sure. Cold on Saturday, but doesn't matter. There's NFL playoff football on Sunday. 2 great games, championship games, to decide who's going to make their trip to San Francisco. Going to be fun.
Cannot wait.
Yeah, it's going to. I'm looking forward to both games. I think they're both going to be pretty good. By the way, this is the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. I'm Joe. He's Jason. You know, you guys, we all had the same record last week.
We did. Oh, we'll get to there.
We will? Yeah, you don't want to get there yet?
Well, Pledge, Pledge is having fun on the Google box. National championship coach, Curt Cignetti. Remember his introductory press conference in Indiana when they were like, who the hell are you?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
So if you Google Curt Cignetti now, it says, yep, he won.
There it is right there. I just did it, and you're correct. Yep, he won.
He's a winner. Just Google him.
And you know what? I don't remember that press conference. I'm sure I saw it, but it's like I love that kind of confidence in a coach or a player. Yeah, I win, dude. That's why they hired me.
And he's doing
what I do.
He's doing victory laps all over the place. He's got free beer for life for some brewery up there.
Of course.
I think Chipotle has hooked him up with food for life.
And get a good steakhouse or something to do that?
Well, he's a Chipotle guy.
Well, it's fine.
Well, I appreciate his honesty when he was like, I should just leave, but I need the money. Dude, you're going to get $12 million plus a year now.
No kidding.
I can't quit. My wife spends a lot.
Oh, my gosh. Honey, you try to spend $12 million. Well, don't tell her that. Never mind. Said no husband ever.
I don't know. The dude from Landman.
Oh,
he's got to keep working because his wife has expensive taste.
That's an awesome thing.
That was, dude, the final episode.
That was fantastic.
Perfecto. Good stuff. All right. Prime picks?
Prime picks on the Blitz.
Now, we normally do this on Friday, but Ryan Eagle won't be here tomorrow because it's going to be cold and he's getting out of town like Ted Cruz.
I got to go buy toilet paper. It might take a while.
In another state where they still have it on the shelves.
Yes.
Now, I say that kind of tongue-in-cheek. Ryan Nagel, who hates the cold, is going somewhere where it's going to be far worse.
Jeez. Yeah, and I'm still debating. My wife is there already.
St. Louis.
Yes, I'm supposed to go as well, but my gosh, it's going to be like none degrees in St. Louis.
So you're going to cancel a flight because it's cold?
Well, no, it's not that. I'd kind of like to get back before Monday because, Mondays are a big show, especially after a championship weekend.
Sure, I get that.
I have to decide if
I
want to take that chance or not.
Are you worried that you won't get back?
Well,
because
yeah,
I'm going to Vegas. I know I'm going to get back. I'm confident.
Well, you have no problem. You're going west, and you're coming back fine. See, I'm going up to the mid, and that's where everything is. So
you're not worried about landing in San Antonio. You're worried about taking off in St. Louis.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So, and I keep getting these alerts from Southwest. Hey, your travel could be affected by.
Well, yeah, it could be. It's going to be delayed 30 minutes. You're
so
good.
Maybe.
Go de-ice the plane.
All right.
They'll be fine.
You're confident?
I'm confident.
All right, cool.
All right. So last week, all of us went 3-2 on our picks. Ryan Engel has the overall lead at 116-67. I'm in second at 113-70. Hail Mary chance, I suppose. Pledge has no shot. He's 10 games back.
I just have to run out the clock.
103-80. Just don't break an ankle while you're doing it.
Just got to run out the clock. That's it.
All right. Denver and New England.
I tell you what, I'm worried about this game from a New England. I like New England, and I think they're overall the better team, obviously now, the better quarterback. But for some reason, when you get something like this, the rest of the team steps up. I'm going to go New England, but it worries the hell out of me.
You're going to go New England?
Yes.
Shocker. You and your crush on Drake May and Mike Vrabel.
What can I say? What can I say?
Pledge?
I am also going with the Patriots. I think the loss of Bo Nix is severely going to hurt this team.
I'm down 3. I'm taking Denver. Although I will say, watching Drake May in the playoffs, he hasn't been as impressive. Their offensive line, the Patriots' offensive line, does concern me. And that defensive front for Denver, while not Texans good, is still really, really, really good.
They are.
And I do think the Broncos' offensive line far superior to that of Denver.
Without a doubt.
Which will give Jarrett Stidham a chance. So give me the Broncos.
I don't think it's a bad pick, honestly. This game scares the hell out of me. Anybody that thinks New England is go up there and roll is foolish.
Mm-hmm. And again, I'm down 3. I've got to take the Hail Mary
you
shot.
Have to.
But now where I put my money in Vegas might be different. But for this place, all right. The Los Angeles Rams going up to Seattle to take on the Seahawks. 2 teams that are so evenly matched, it's not even funny. You think about the 2 games they played this year, how close they were. Think about the 2 games last year. So head-to-head, the last 2 seasons, the Rams have outscored the Seahawks in 4 games, 109-107. And they also have 10 more total yards, 1,599 yards to 1,589 yards. Seattle should have swept this year. Their loss is when they missed a 61-yard field goal. Give me the Sea Chickens at home.
Well, and that's why I was going to take the Rams, because I knew your wife would beat you if you took the Rams. And so I didn't want that to happen.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
I didn't want that to happen. I figured you would. Look, and I shouldn't do this out of respect for Sam Darnold, and if they win this game, it wouldn't hurt my feelings just for that poor guy to get a little respect. But I don't. The better quarterback presides in L.A.
Yep.
And the Rams defense, although they haven't played well in the playoffs yet either, I think they match up fine with Seattle. And Charbonnet's going to hurt Seattle, I think. They like that 1-2 punch, and I think it's going to hurt them a little bit. I like the Rams to win this one, another close one.
I'm going to take, in a game this close, I always skew towards quarterback. Give me the MVP.
I don't disagree with that. If I didn't see Seattle just curb stomp San Francisco last week.
Yeah.
And not only did I see Matt Stafford struggle with Carolina and have to win it late.
Yeah, he did.
Last week's game with Chicago in that weather, I'm not going to hold that against the quarterback. But down the stretch, the Rams weren't playing their best football. Seattle is playing their best football. That's why I'm taking Seattle. So
it's in Seattle.
And it's in Seattle. So that should be a fun weekend.
Well, you got to go 2-0 to have a chance to tie in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Wow.
Well, we got the East-West Shrine game coming up.
No, we're not.
Well, what
picking
else can we pick? Is there a cricket game in Pakistan we can look at?
There might
I'm
be.
sure.
Yes, there might be. Who knows?
You know what we do every Thursday about this time?
The Blitz wants you to know what's on tap. Presented by Sam's Burger Joint.
We get you ready for the weekend. We call it What's on Tap. It is brought to you by Sam's Burger Joint. For a full lineup, get your tickets, their menu, go to samsburgerjoint.com. They've got Mike Madison and Trash Magic on the stage tonight. Tomorrow, I'm going. So is Rob Thompson. Passing Strangers is going to be playing. Jacko Pierce on Saturday. And next Tuesday, live and local with Keelan Donovan.
Outstanding. That Passing Strangers show is going to be great. Other places tonight, the Aztec Theater has Mania, the ABBA tribute, or ABBA. Green Hall has Trey Gonzalez. ACL Live, Bert Krishner, Permission to Party, and if you're already headed there. Fitzgerald's Bar tonight has Audrey Arlene, Missing Echoes, and Mischief Soul. And Phil Hanley is going to make you laugh at the LOL Comedy Club.
On Friday night, Aztec Theater, an evening with Phil Rosenthal.
You ever spent an evening with Phil? It's outstanding.
We doing taxes?
I have no idea.
Flores Country Store has Cody West. The Great Divide were scheduled to play at Green Hall, but I saw where that show got canceled. So before you head out to Green, double check and make sure.
There may be a lot of those this weekend.
Yeah. Stable Hall at the Pearl has the Winter Blackout Formal. Bert Kirshner's at ACL. Y'all Out Boy at Paper Tiger.
Wow. Okay. Saturday, Frost Bank Center, they've got League One volleyball going on. I didn't know that was a thing, but it's inside the Frost Bank Center. You got LOVB Austin versus LOVB Houston.
That's love of volleyball.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, so it's Austin against
wait a minute.
Houston.
Are these female volleyball players?
You Google it.
The uniforms are awesome in that sport. I'm just saying. Flores Country Store, Colby Cooper is playing out there Saturday night. Stable Hall at the Pearl has Bob Snyder and his band. Aztec Theater, Led Zeppelin 2. I'm assuming that's a tribute band, right?
Yes.
I would assume. Green Hall, Jesse Robb Jr. and Jenna Paulette. Nothing More at ACL Live. Good for them. Fitzgerald's Bar has Hordes Over War. I don't know what that is. Go to Call them and you can see what that is. What is that, Pledge? OV?
A typo.
Is that a typo?
No.
It's not?
All right. I have no idea.
Hordes Over War.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's not a typo. That's how it was done.
And again, Saturday with the weather, with what we're expecting, double check.
Yeah, call them.
Sunday, Boeing Center at Techport has wrestling. The Masked Mania. Yeah, except football is going to be on.
Lucha Wrestling.
The Prince Experience at the Aztec Theater. Spurs and Pelicans at the Frost Bank Center. The Adam Johnson Band is at Green Hall. And ACL Live has the Rock and Roll Playhouse, Music of the Beatles for kids.
And the Metal of the Beatles, that might be good too.
Yeah,
Monday night, Monday at the Tobin Center, the Realistic Joneses, Will Eno, and at Green Hall, Sarah Schaefer.
Tuesday, the Blitz is going to be live out at McIntyre's with our friends from Flight by Yingling, doing a little hockey watch party with Flight, proud partner of the Dallas Stars. We're going to have a bunch of Flight-branded Dallas Stars merchandise to give away, jerseys, T-shirts, hats, and you can register to win a flyaway trip to see the Stars take on the Flyers in Philadelphia March 29th. It's going to be a good time Tuesday night. Plan now to join us out at McIntyre's, the North Star location, on Tuesday.
So you couldn't do it, but I think Beer Santa might be able to turn me into a hockey fan. Dallas Stars fan, why not?
Well, I mean, it starts with a shirt.
I've got a shirt. I got a shirt.
Yep.
Got one of those. And, Beer Santa just kind of bribes me, just hands me those Flights by Yingling.
Those are called samples, not bribes.
Well, I'm talking about after the show.
But we're going to stick around, and I am going to stick around and watch hockey. So Tuesday, for all you puckheads out there.
Yeah, come on. Even if you're not a puckhead, come on out. I mean, my goodness. When Beer Santa's around, good things happen.
Absolutely. And, dude, register to win for that trip. It's going to be incredible. What's on tap? brought to you by Sam's Burger Joint online, samsburgerjoint.com. You know, we've got some NBA basketball coming up here next on 94.1. The Warriors and the Mavericks. And we didn't get to this earlier in the show, although we did mention some comedy that's coming. One of the funniest things that I saw on the internet today was Anthony Davis's agent is apparently told the Mavericks to trade him away by next week.
By next week?
By next week.
How about that?
Good luck.
Does an agent have that kind of pull?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. And don't you have to be healthy to be traded away? Who the hell is going to trade for him?
Well, you don't have to be, but it generally does help.
Well, it does help, and the fact that this guy is hurt more than he's on the floor might make a difference. I'm not sure, but if I'm the Mavericks, I'm giving him a birds up. It's like, no.
I don't know. If you're the Mavericks, aren't you trying to get rid of him?
Well, I'm sure you are, but I mean, again, at this point in time, what offers do you have? And I mean that in sincerity. I don't know. The guy's hurt all the time.
The second funniest thing I've seen today is apparently 4 coaches have turned down the opportunity to coach Shedeur Sanders in Cleveland. Chris Shula, Mike McDaniel, Jesse Minter, and John Harbaugh.
Maybe they'll call one of us. I'd go coach in Cleveland.
Dude, I mean, for $5 million a year?
For 1 year. That's all I need.
I'll get fired and have a 5-year guaranteed contract.
Wow.
I'd even do it for a 3-year guaranteed contract.
I would, yes.
I think I could manage on $15 million.
No doubt about it.
Go stand in the cold for a while.
By the way, Matthew Stafford, a runaway MVP in our San Antonio Sports Star YouTube poll today. 68%, Drake May second at 20%. Hey, don't forget to join the fellas in the morning. They'll get you your first react to whatever happens in Utah tonight. Spurs and the Jazz. They play tonight up there. 8 o'clock tip-off in Salt Lake City. Minix will be back here tomorrow on the Blitz. I think Pledge will probably be in as well. 2 o'clock, that's when that takes place. In the meantime, everybody, thanks for joining us today. Hope everybody has a wonderful night.
From the San Antonio Sports Star Studios, sponsored by George Salinas Injury Lawyers. This is KTFM Floresville.
Flight by Yingling is the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is 12 ounces of uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling. Available wherever beer is sold. DG Yingling & Son Incorporated, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
Buyers Barricades is proud to provide traffic control, rental, and sales for work zones and events in the San Antonio area and beyond. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more online at buyersbarricades.com. That's buyersbarricades.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text AREA to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Well, family, this new year is off to a great start. Everybody, how are those New Year's resolutions?
Dear, my resolution is to cut my damaged hair and just start over.
Dad, my resolution is to take better care of my skin. It's so dry. Ew.
Pops, my New Year's resolution is to work out at the gym. Go up and drink a gallon of bottled water every day.
My resolution is to take up skydiving.
Mom, you're 96.
Don't you make me get it.
Family, my resolution is to replace all our appliances that have been destroyed over the years by hard water.
Sounds like your family needs to
to start the new year off with installing a Connecticut water system and get a head start on all those resolutions.
This guy's making sense.
There's a reason why we say Connecticut is the last water softener you'll ever own. Call us at 656-PURE. We'll change your water, and it'll change your life.
The last water softener you'll ever own. ConnecticutSA.com.
License number 38961.
Start the year in dry at North Park Chevrolet in Castroville. All Silverado 1500s get 1.9% financing plus an additional $1,250 trade-in rebate. Or buy a new Colorado for only $28,999. And the affordable Trax is only $346 a month with zero down. Plus, all heavy duties have 5.9% financing for 84 months. Together, let's drive. North Park Chevrolet, 10 minutes by Loop 410 in Castroville. Must qualify. Call 830-355-2107 for full price and offer details.
Score big with LS Tractors at Dietz Tractor in Seguin, the MVPs of the field. LS Tractors, the star quarterbacks of farming, perfect for tough tasks for farm, ranch, and landscaping. Dietz Tractors has your all-star coaching staff for top-notch equipment. They're not just selling tractors, they're building lasting relationships with unmatched dealer support for parts and maintenance. It's a winning strategy that goes beyond the final whistle. Don't miss the game-winning move. 0% financing available with approved credit on LS Tractors. Start blue, stay blue at Dietz Tractor in Seguin.
Hello, this is Jason Thompson, and as you know, I've been practicing law here in San Antonio for more than 30 years, helping people and families injured in traffic collisions. So I'm often asked, what is the worst thing you can do after a traffic collision? And the answer is easy. That's trying to handle it on your own without an attorney. Insurance companies have spent billions perfecting their strategy of paying nothing or as little as they can get away with. It wouldn't be David versus Goliath. It would be David versus a million Goliaths. You have no chance. Using AI for help is even worse because AI routinely gives dangerously inaccurate legal advice. It is laughably bad on the law. So bad that a lawyer filing a document drafted by AI will likely be disbarred in Texas. Keep it simple. Just call me. My name is Jason Thompson. I'll give you a free review of your case with no obligation to hire me. My number is 210-900-0400. That's 210-900-0400 or my website, alawyerforus.com. That's alawyerforus.com.
Reverse jam, Chamarette. Jokic for three. Tatum for three. Another one. Good for Steph Curry. Doncic for three. Good. Wemby for three. Good. Anthony Edwards beyond the arc. Hits it. Gilgeous Alexander from three and buries it. Combo winds up and throws it home. Brunson rattled it home. James hits it right from the NBA logo.
They are two teams that were supposed to be in contention for an NBA title this season, but injuries have derailed those plans. Yet with the trade deadline near, there could be a chance to retool for at least one of them. It makes a game like tonight huge. Warriors Mavericks NBA Countdown is next.
With the latest NBA news, insights, scores, and analysis, this is NBA Countdown on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. Now, here's Jim Basquill.
The Mavericks already knew they didn't have Kyrie Irving, but Anthony Davis's extended absence has recalibrated their goals, so much so that even injured AD could be moved by the deadline. The Warriors were just starting to straighten out their season when Jimmy Butler's ACL injury suddenly put their contender status in question. Dallas still a game and a half out of the play-in with Cooper Flagg now the face of the franchise. They won 9 of 11 at home with former